Superior Court, Ford County, 11th District Circuit, now in session. The Honorable Judge Lady Reese Whitaker presiding. Court will now come to order.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Y'all can be seated. Where'd Mr. Abate go? Oh. I have spoken with the judge that might want you next week, and we have agreed that you are staying here. All right. Okay, we have an email from maybe Ms. Hilton with issues for today. Was that just for y'all to communicate back and forth, or are there things that we need to take up and make a decision about?
Well, yours and then.
Well, I don't know who originally sent it, but.
So, yes, Your Honor, I was reviewing some of the stuff that is probably going to come in through Investigator Viverito.
Okay.
And there were, I've talked to Mr. Atkins since then. I thought I was reviewing the redacted wiretap calls, and Mr. Atkins has informed me what's in that wiretap is not, or what is in that folder is not the redacted version. So, for instance, there was one of the calls had the nested hearsay with Rel. I don't know if you remember. We argued about Rel had told Dolly, and you had ruled that out, and that was still in. So I brought that to the court's to the state's attention, and they said it's, I was reviewing an unredacted version. There was one particular area in one of the calls that myself and Mr. Atkins have discussed this morning. It's basically Mr. Garlington is drunk, or he says he's drunk, he sounds drunk, and he's talking to a female, and he basically talks about a shootout that he's claiming on the 12th that he and Mr. Stillwell were in a shootout with people earlier that day. And I couldn't remember. We've litigated so much, I couldn't remember, and I thought maybe that was something I failed to raise. But Mr. Atkins' notes indicates that I did raise it, and you ruled it as a statement against penal interest of Mr. Garlington. Because to me, clearly, it's not a statement of co-conspirator. It's clearly spilling the beans. You ruled that it was a statement against penal interest, but per Mr. Atkins, your ruling was that all references to Shannon are to come out. And so that was something, again, I didn't realize I was reading going through the unredacted versions of those calls. But the state's going to have to clean up, obviously, before publishing it to the jury. There was also, in one of the calls, it was the same call as the nested hearsay, a statement by Mr. Stillwell that when Mr. Farley's arrested, he needs to basically demand a lawyer, and then Mr. Stillwell talks about how when he was arrested, he demanded a lawyer. So I had concerns about that as well, and I believe
That seems, what's the state's take on that?
So, Your Honor, the state's in agreement of the part about requesting a lawyer.
Yeah.
Basically, the wiretap chart, there's only a few, like the nested hearsay, the portion we argued primarily by Mr. Harvey, and what we were just discussing with Mr. Sharp that have redactions. Most of them were either in or out.
Right.
And so this specific call with, let me get a working microphone. This specific call, I listened to, after Mr. Sharp sent this email, I listened to the portion of that call, and the state agrees Mr. Sharp can redact the lawyer part. There is one portion of that call where after he tells, and by he I mean Shannon Stillwell tells Demikian, I requested a lawyer, they're talking about Miles Farley, he needs to do the same. That part I agree to redact. At the end of that brief diatribe, he says, he doesn't need to say anything. I mean, he basically says, don't tell them SHIT. And so the state is not trying to argue, someone asserting their Fifth Amendment rights, but the way that they're talking, it's not metaphorically speaking, it's two people talking about, hey, he doesn't need to tell them anything. The state's position is that specific line, removed from lawyers, is relevant because what is there for him to say if the murder didn't happen? That's the state, that brief portion. And so I can play it. I think the court's ruling, I don't think the court would need argument in terms of the court. It's a simple legal principle of just needs to listen to the, so I can email the court, CC defense counsel with the portion that the state is not agreeing to remove.
Okay,
So
do
that
you want to just, is it easy enough to just play it here now?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and will that take care of it, the rest of it y'all got sorted?
I believe so,
Sounds
Your
like-
Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we're pulling up the call now, and we're going to start, as Mr. Shart highlighted, at 3:35. In the beginning portion, the state is agreeing to redact, but just so you can hear that preliminary conversation.
So I ain't know that though, so I didn't. But I say something to like, hey, bro.
I'm sorry, because it went too far. There we go.
Saying that to me. So he got to do the same shit. Don't say not one word.
Yeah.
Go down what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Yeah. So I ain't know that though, so I didn't. But I say something to like,
Your Honor, we're actually going to bring it back a little bit.
Okay,
The portion about the lawyers is right before where we
all
start.
right. And that part will be out, but,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay.
All right, the record starting at 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
they're like, you like, bro, I'm feeling fucking cat. Listen, bro, no. Just tell him before you want to talk, bro. Like,
Man, listen, bro. I told Baba, I'm like, hey, tell buddy, do the same thing I did when I went in there. I told him, for, hey, I want to see my lawyer. I want my lawyer. I'm
don't
gonna say
tell him.
nothing else to me. So he got to do the same shit. Don't say not one word.
Yeah.
Go down what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Yeah. So I ain't know.
So there's two aspects of this, and the one that I feel strongly about is when he says he needs to do just like me and demand a lawyer, and I
Yeah,
think the
that
state's.
part, they agree.
Oh,
is out.
okay.
Yeah,
So I mean, as long as there's no reference to Shannon, exercising his
Right.
Fifth Amendment rights, then I'm fine with it. As long as we just keep the whole thing in, and when I say the whole thing in, minus the part about Shannon demanding an attorney, but Mr. Atkins summarized it by saying that Mr. Stillwell told get the word to Miles, not to say, I think SHIT or something like that, but it's a little bit more, there's a little bit more context in that, and I would just ask the context,
Yeah,
Dan.
and so, he says, do just like I did. Are y'all proposing to play that part? Because, okay, so it would just start with the man, don't say, okay.
Yes,
I mean, I think that part can be in, but the rest of it out. Okay. The Garlington talking to the girl, did y'all, I had already made a ruling on that, right? Y'all are straight on what's in and out on that one, or we need to address that?
So, Your Honor, I believe we handled a lot that day, and so when I was telling Mr. Sharp that the court's ruling was statement against penal interest of Garlington have to redact reference to Shannon, I believe that alleviates
Yeah,
Mr.
that's
Sharp's
right, that's
concern.
right. Yeah, that was.
Right, if I could just get a version of it, just so I can listen to it before we publish.
Understood.
Okay. All right, so I think now turn into the how to handle the convictions that are either in or going to come in for everybody. All right, so Mr. Weinstein just sent a proposed limiting instruction about things that came, convictions of Mr. Nichols, that I agree, the convictions, I mean, they were only going to come in against him anyway, so they really shouldn't be in anymore now that he's not a part of the case. So do y'all want that whole, so that's that whole first paragraph. If everybody's fine with that language, fine. If anybody wants to propose edit, let me know. Does silence mean everybody's fine, or are you just still reading it?
With the first paragraph, Your Honor?
Yeah.
The state has no issue with the first paragraph.
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, now, on Mr. Winfrey, I looked back at the argument and then what ultimately happened with that, and the state never actually tendered his conviction.
Oh, okay.
So I guess the question then is, they were sort of left with the impression that it was a straight guilty plea and not an Alford plea, and I think that's a misimpression. Do you want me to try to explain anything to them about it now, or?
Well, my biggest concern, certainly I have a concern about the difference between an offer and a guilty plea, but my biggest concern is, even if it wasn't admitted, the document wasn't admitted, there was testimony about him pleading guilty. And whether it's offered or regular guilty plea, it's still a confrontation clause issue. It's still, we've been throwing the Jefferson case around. I don't have the site handy right in front of me, but we've been arguing it. That case has come up a lot in this trial, but it's basically an out-of-court statement of guilt by a person who's not testifying. So I don't think it was appropriate, even if the certified conviction was not admitted, I don't believe it was appropriate for the jurors to even receive testimony from Detective Raisi about Jimmy Winfrey entering a plea at all. So if there's no conviction, that's good, that solves that problem, but I would ask for some instruction that that there was some previous testimony and that should not be considered. It's I don't know what the term I would use, but it's no longer an evidence, and it should not be considered in the jurors' consideration in this case at all.
So a couple of things. Apparently, nobody told Judge Glanville until after the testimony about he pled guilty a month later came in that the Georgia Supreme Court had reversed that conviction and found it to be coerced. So that was maybe not a great way to approach things from anybody. But the fact that it was, I think it appeared from the context that the reason it was coming in that way was there was a suggestion that somebody had offered him like a car and a chunk of money. And so the suggestion was, and so then he immediately pled guilty, and it, you know, was some kind of like trying to influence somebody or take the heat off somebody else or something like that. Was that kind of the?
Well, in Your Honor, obviously reviewed transcripts, so I'm going to defer, but I will say this. My recollection is that when there was talk about entering a plea at all, Mr. Steele was jumping up and down from the beginning about how wrong it was.
Well, he was, but he didn't actually let the court know that the reason he was so upset about it is because it had been found to be coerced. Maybe that's in the past, that happened, whatever, but.
Okay, but even if it wasn't coerced, it's still, I mean, this is an overt act. And right now the jury has been informed through testimony that someone who is not testifying has gone in the court and said, I am guilty. I did that.
When that's not really what happened.
Well, it's not really what happened, but even if it was just a guilty plea and it was the most bland guilty plea and nothing was done in the appellate courts, it would still be improper for Detective Raisi or anyone else to say Jimmy Winfrey pled to that, because that's a statement by Jimmy Winfrey, who is not testifying, and it was clearly as part of prosecution, and it's clearly testimonial. It's a statement he made in court. So I don't, there's two issues, but I don't think the issue is just the coercion versus non-coercion and the resentencing, but the fact that there was testimony about him entering a guilty plea is a major problem. So I just think all that testimony, if there's no documents, no certified conviction, that's good. But I think that the jury needs to be instructed that any consideration, there's to be no consideration of any testimony that Jimmy Winfrey entered a guilty plea at all.
Well,
or an offered plea.
they weren't even told it was an offered plea, and I think that is relevant, that he didn't even say, I'm guilty of this. He said, I think it's in my best interest to take this plea.
I agree.
And excuse me, let me just interject, just to say the case that Mr. Shard is referencing,
Yeah.
State v. Jefferson, that's 302 Georgia 435, 2017.
So, do y'all want me to, and I mean, I'd like to hear from the state as well, if y'all have something to add.
Your Honor, a couple things for the court's consideration is, one, the state agrees with the court addressing this matter. And if, as we have done with these limited instructions we're discussing now, this issue, for one, the state will not be addressing or arguing in closing, which is the only other time this could come up, about Jimmy Winfrey pleading under Alford, number one. And so to cure or rectify the testimony, I think the state's position is it's prudent as we are discussing, and if we can all, both parties can try to provide a proposed instruction to the court for the court's consideration, to come collectively or ultimately as the court decides what to instruct the jury related to that matter.
All right, well, it may be today that we have to do that, right? So.
Right, and what we would ask, Your Honor, is that they be instructed that, one, the plea was under Alford, and that, two, even though it was under Alford, they should still not consider that under the Jefferson case, Your Honor.
Okay, so I think maybe the easier thing to deal with is the convictions that are going to come in against Mr. Kendrick and that have come in against Mr. Stillwell. And it looks like Mr. Stillwell's convictions were from, I don't know, a 10 SC case that was, when I looked back at this evidence, I could not even follow what was going on with that case because there were 3 different plea sheets that all said negotiated. The Senate sheet said non-negotiated, and the sentence was to different counts than the pleas sheets were. So I don't know. I would think the Senate sheet would control. Did y'all look at that? I mean, it's a certified copy, but it makes no sense. It's like the first page says he's pleading to counts 1 and 3. And then there's another one that is he's pleading to count 7. I don't know if it's count 7, but, and they're all the same indictment number. And then there's a third one that says he's pleading to count 9 or something. And then you go to the Senate sheet and that's not even what he pled to. And I don't know if it was negotiated or non-negotiated, which doesn't really matter. It's just really hard to follow what he even pled to there. One of them was definitely a gang count way back in the day. It didn't say which gang or anything like that. Then there was an 11 SC non-negotiated to burglary, a 13 SC non-negotiated to possession of marijuana with intent, and then a 19 SC that was mainly a guilty plea, but Alfred on one of the many charges that was also non-negotiated. And that was like possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, which I guess maybe he was saying, I didn't know it was around. I don't know. And that's why it was Alfred. But I don't know if we need an Alfred explanation, given that maybe I'll just, I don't know if you want me to highlight what it was or just say he had some guilty pleas.
It sounds like we have the explanation for Alfred coming in.
Anyway.
You're right. So I don't think we need to overly
Okay.
confuse
Okay.
the issues with that.
So then I think it would read, certain guilty plea convictions are about to be admitted in this case, and we'll do it right before Mr. Kendrick's pleas come in. And how are they coming in? Are you just going to, is it going to be through a witness, or are you just going to tender them?
Your Honor, I believe the state's going to just tender those into evidence.
Okay. Is it one or more than one?
I believe
For
it's,
Mr. Kendrick.
I believe it's just one for Mr. Kendrick.
Okay. Well, then it would be a guilty plea and not certain convictions. A guilty plea conviction is about to be admitted in this case. A guilty plea of Mr. Kendrick will be admitted for your consideration and may be considered by you only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to counts 1 and 63. And then we would roll into, in addition, guilty plea convictions of Mr. Stillwell have previously been admitted for your consideration, and those may be considered by you only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to counts 1, 52, and 64. You may not use the conviction of Mr. Kendrick in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Stillwell. It is not evidence of anything against Mr. Stillwell. Likewise, you may not use the convictions of Mr. Stillwell in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Kendrick. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Kendrick. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him, not by what may or may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else. And then, would this be the time to also say, and hey, by the way, jury, earlier in this case, a guilty plea conviction was entered, or guilty plea convictions of Mr. Nichols were entered. They were Alfred anyway, not guilty pleas. But, and then basically say those would only have been, you could only consider those against Mr. Nichols. And so given that Mr. Nichols is no longer a part of this prosecution, they're really no longer in evidence before you?
Yes.
Okay.
Something to that effect.
And then you also heard testimony about a guilty plea of Mr. Winfrey. You should not consider that against these defendants either. and just not say much more than that, or what do you think?
Your Honor, the state does believe to not highlight or revisit in the jury's minds that testimony. We're trying to tell them to disregard that. Keeping that instruction brief has merit for the purpose, and the state wanted to add, and I was trying to find, there was an older version that I believe Ms. Percifield or the court had sent where what the state wanted to include was a brief line, not that evidence has been admitted, but if there's something for the jury to know that if they find other evidence outside of the conviction for in any of those matters, they can consider that.
It's the language you would put in for Rodelius riot.
Yeah.
In preparation for his.
Okay. Thoughts?
My concern about that additional language, it just risks confusion of something that's already complicated enough, I think, for the jury.
I mean, I guess they can always ask about it when they're deliberating, if they are wondering. Take it up then.
And I just need to add something important to the record. And Your Honor, I appreciate the attempts to craft a curative instruction.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear, very clear on behalf of Mr. Stillwell on the record that while we do appreciate those attempts, we are not waiving any appellate issues regarding the admission of these convictions.
Understood, and it may very well be that we get through this whole trial, and if there is a conviction, that it gets reversed because of things that occurred before I was ever involved in. If that's what happens, that's what happens. I'm just, at this point, trying to, where there may have been something that could have been handled differently, try to the extent possible to remedy it now so that when they are deliberating, to the extent possible, they're deliberating, understanding what it is they can and can't consider. But I understand that, and your objections are reserved and preserved on that issue.
I appreciate that, Your Honor, and also just as I know we have the Harvey rule, but just as a belt and suspenders, we have a similar stances.
Okay.
Understood. Mr. Sharp.
All right. Will you be introducing those convictions before lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
And they very well may not, well, no, definitely not before
Definitely
lunch.
not before lunch.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
so that'll give me time to try to get specific language and not just what I off the cuff said just now. But, Madam Court Reporter, would there be a way for you to give me a rough, like at lunchtime, of the two things I just said? Yeah, okay, great. All right.
Oh, Your Honor.
Yes.
There was one brief matter that from when I was speaking with Mr. Sharp about the wiretap, there was two calls, and by my notes, they were referred to collectively as the UNC calls, and the court's instruction from my review of when we argued these was the state intended to play these without redacting UNC's statement, but the court had mentioned a instruction about, UNC's language in those calls is to give context to Garlington's response. And so the court had stated just a instruction when we play those calls that if these come in, there needs to be an instruction that it's only Garlington that you consider.
Only Garlington's statement, only Garlington's, whatever he's.
Words or.
Words.
Yes, Your Honor. And for everyone's notes, I have it as the first, there's only two. PDF page number 635, which is March 17th, 2022 at 4:10 p.m. and PDF page 820, which I will get the date of that call, but I didn't have it in my notes.
Okay. So give me a heads up before those are going to be played so that I can give
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
monitor. All right, anything else before we get the jury in?
Just one thing, Your Honor. When we litigated the songs, I was obviously very gung-ho about keeping them out. But I understand the court's ruling, and after my review, I just think it would be a more appropriate, and I know I was arguing only his words should come in,
Right.
but I view them as works of art at this point, and I just would like to, if we're going to publish the songs, just publish the entire songs in context.
The state has no objection to
Okay.
playing the entirety.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, we're checking to see if all the jurors are here. Yes, okay, they are. All right, you ready with whoever your witness for the morning is going to be? Whomever your witness for the morning is going to be?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and get the jury in, and we can have that person making their way to the stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please place all cell phones off on silent.
Does that sound like Amber Alert or something? So I found out in court one day when I was still practicing attorney that even when you have your phone on silent, those will go off. And so I had to take the Amber Alerts off my phone and put it. So, yeah, whoever that was, that's not necessarily because they didn't have their phone on silent. Okay, all right, we're waiting on one. Ms. Persfield, amazing as she is, checked back for the actual guilty pleas from that 2010 10 SC case. And for whatever reason, the plea sheets were done separately, but those accurately were the counts that he was pleading to. And then they just accidentally skipped a space on the Senate sheet. But once you go back and look at the pleas, it makes sense. It's not inaccurate. So. Hello, good morning. So it sounds like we're maybe waiting on one juror. They might be going to the bathroom or something. I think they're there, they're just not ready. They might be in the bathroom or something. Tuesday next week, I don't even know yet. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, if you don't mind swearing our next witness, we'll get right to it.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you about to give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Have a seat. Good, Jesse, to the microphone. State your name, first and last, spelling for both.
Can you pull that mic right up next to your mouth and talk into it?
Name is Heather Francisco, HeaterFrancisco.
And good morning, Ms. Francisco. How are you?
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
I currently work at the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab in the Firearms Unit.
And how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
Approximately 3 years.
And if you can tell the jury, where did you work prior to working for the Atlanta Police Department Crime Lab?
I worked at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab in the Firearms Unit.
And how long did you work for the GBI in the Firearms Unit?
Approximately 7 years.
Now, have you had any education and training with working in the NIBIN system?
Yes.
If you could tell the jury about your education and training with the NIBIN system.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science with a minor in Physics from the University of New Haven. I have completed academic training as lecture style and hands-on in the areas of firearms examination, serial number restoration, muzzle to target distance determination, as well as firearm safety, instrumentation, NIBIN acquisition, and NIBIN correlation, just to name a few.
And do you hold any certifications?
I am currently have 2 certifications. The first is the international, or the IBIS, data acquisition and triage, and the other is basic correlation review. Both were received from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
And brief, if you could tell the jurors your understanding of the NIBIN system.
So NIBIN stands for National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. It's comprised of several parts. The first is data acquisition. So cartridge cases are entered as either evidence or test fires into the system via the brush tracks. These images are assigned a numerical value. That numerical value, along with class characteristics, which are similarities to a group, are compared against other images in the system, and a list of potential leads is generated. We then look at those leads on the match point system as images side by side to see if any have enough individual characteristics to warrant further investigation.
I want to direct your attention to APD Crime Lab number 2022-00516. And I want to first ask you, do you work with an individual by the name of Jennings Kilgore?
Yes, I do. He's a colleague.
In that case number 2022-00516, was there any NIBIN testing done?
Yes, there was.
Okay. What items were tested and then placed into the NIBIN system?
2 firearms were test fired and put in the system. The first was an FN 5.7 by 28 millimeter pistol bearing serial number 386409184. The other was a Glock 9mm pistol bearing serial number BFMK764.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what is exhibited as State's Exhibit 221BV. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 221BV.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 221VV?
This is the serial number that I test fired and entered into the NIBIN system.
And which serial number is that?
This is the FN 5.7 by 28 with serial number 386409184.
And are you able to tell from your notes or reports where that firearm was collected from?
No, I'm not.
Okay. What did you do once you received the firearm?
The first thing that was done is a brief function check was performed to ensure that it would function as designed with no malfunctions. It was test fired 2 times in a water tank. Those test fires were looked at under the stereo microscope to see which would produce the best images. It was then placed on the NIBIN system through the brass tracks, and the images were viewed side by side on the match point system.
And were there any results after you put the test fires in the NIBIN system and did the match point comparison?
Yes, 2 potential leads were found.
And do you have case numbers for those 2 potential leads?
Yes, I do.
And what were those case numbers?
The first was APD case number APD-2022-00459, and the second was APD-2022-00438.
And was there any other associated APD case number with those test fires?
No.
Is there a number associated with 220750015?
Yes.
Okay, what reference number is that?
That is for APD 2022-00459.
And that 220750015 number, is that the incident number associated with that case?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to show you this board. Do you see that 22-0750015 number present on this piece of paper here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you know anything about that APD incident number at all?
No, I do not.
Okay. All you know is that when you test fired the gun, those test fires match shell cases that came from this case number?
That's correct.
Okay. Once you find out that there are test fires that match a case number, what do you do next?
So once the images are viewed on the match point system and a potential lead is found, it is marked as a potential lead in the system. It is printed out, and that printout is signed by both myself and the laboratory crime director.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 221 VVA. I want you to tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 221 VVA.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 221 VVA?
This is the printout of the potential NIBIN lead between this case and case 22-075-0015.
And is that the NIBIN lead that you just described that you did after getting the test fire comparison and the shell casing comparison?
That's correct.
Right. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the NIBIN lead that was generated in the picture comparison that you did in this case?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 221 VVA into evidence.
Admitted.
Now, once the images are viewed side by side, what do you do next?
So once they're viewed, if a potential lead is found, it's marked in the system, it's printed out and signed by myself and Crime Lab Director Walker. It's placed in the case file and a report is generated.
Okay. Once that report is generated, what, if anything, happens next?
Once the report has been generated, it is then peer reviewed. Once it has passed the peer review process, the evidence is returned down to property.
Okay. And then do you request or make a suggestion that this should be confirmed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
An email is sent out to all of the Atlanta officers, to include the case officer, for them to be aware that a potential NIBIN lead was found. It is in their responsibility to take the evidence from property and bring it over to the GBI for confirmation.
All right. And after you did the testing in this case, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, it did.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Sure. May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the defense and the state have stipulated to some matters regarding the testimony of Ms. Francisco. And the stipulation is that the shell casings from APD, case number 2022-00459, are shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road on the early morning hours of March 16th, excuse me, the evening hours of March 16th. Morning hours of March 16th, when police responded to that scene. And APD 2022-00438 is one shell casing collected, one FN shell casing collected by Detective Leon Packer when he returned to 2830 Waters Road to execute the search warrant on March 17th, 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Fair? Okay.
And remember, jurors, when the parties stipulate to something, you can accept that as fact without any further proof.
So, good morning, Ms. Francisco.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Okay.
And other than the shell casings from those two incidents that I just read the stipulation about, Did you compare any other shell casings, or did you find any other 9-bin links to that FN gun, which is 221 VV, in evidence?
No, I did not.
Okay. And one other question. You've just testified about comparing a gun or shell casings and put them in 9-bin.
Correct.
Can you put a projectile, a fired bullet that's collected, into evidence? For instance, a .40 caliber bullet. Can you put that in 9-bin and seek hits through the 9-bin system for a projectile that has already been fired?
We do not have the equipment to be able to do projectiles. We only have the equipment to do cartridge cases.
When you say you do not have the equipment, does the equipment exist and it's just not at APD, or does no equipment exist in the world?
It does exist. There's a system called bullet tracks, which is the same thing as brass tracks, only deals with bullets. But for us at the Atlanta Crime Lab, we only deal with cartridge cases.
Do you know in this case that you were working on, if by anyone 40 caliber projectiles were placed in this bullet track system? Do you have any awareness of that?
I would not.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
All right, any redirect? No redirect. Okay, thank you for your time. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Belknap to the stand.
Is this a recalled witness? Yes. Okay, that's what I...
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this a witness that is, the video is limited on? No? Yes? No?
No.
Okay. Thank you for checking.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Detective, I'll just remind you that you're still under oath.
Welcome back, Detective Belknap.
Thank you.
Now, I wanted to ask you about a time where, do you know Detective Hogan with APD Homicide?
I do.
And was there ever a time that you provided any assistance to him in identifying someone in a case he was working?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how that came about?
During the investigation of the homicide of Shimel Drinks, I was asked to review some photographs of potential suspects in that case.
And were you able to assist in identifying any of those suspects for Detective Hogan?
I was.
Can you describe for the jury how or what you did and how you were able to assist him on that?
We had located some social media photographs of a potential suspect. The suspect looked familiar to me, but I couldn't recall a name for the suspect. I reached out to another law enforcement contact who was able to send back a photograph of Mr. Quamarvius Nichols, who I immediately recognized was, in fact, the person from the social media pictures.
And did you share that with Detective Hogan for his case?
I did.
Now, turning your attention to March 17th of 2022, were you working that day at APD?
I was.
And you were still in the gang unit?
Yes, sir.
And so can you describe for the jury, did you ever become involved with some arrest warrants that day?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how you got involved with that?
I was advised that 2 suspects in the Shimel Drinks homicide were arrested at 2481 Meadowlark Lane in the city of East Point. And I then responded to that scene after those arrests had been made.
And when you responded, do you recall roughly around what time?
I don't without reviewing the report.
Would looking at a copy of your report help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
I'm approaching you with a copy of your report. If your memory is refreshed, just look up at me before answering. Is your memory now refreshed of what time you responded?
Yes, sir.
What time was that?
It was approximately 3 p.m.
Now, when you got there, can you describe for the jury, what did you see? What did you do?
Mr. Jackson and Mr. Nichols had already been placed in custody. The scene had been secured and some evidence had been recovered during that arrest, which was then transferred to my custody to be transported to property.
Do you recall any other law enforcement agencies that you interacted with outside of APD?
There were a number of law enforcement agencies there, including the East Point Police Department, Georgia State Patrol, and additional agencies as well.
And when you arrived on scene, were the suspects already in custody or something else?
The suspects were already in custody and I believe were being transported or has been transported by the time I arrived.
And did you, when you arrived, without saying what they told you, speak with some of these officers that were on scene before you arrived?
I did.
Did you speak with an Officer Baker?
I did.
Did you speak with, or let me ask you this, when you got there, was that address an apartment, a business, a home?
As a residence, I have single family residence.
Did you notice or see any vehicles at that residence?
I did.
What did you see?
There was a white Audi A5 with a Maryland tag.
Now, when you were on scene, you mentioned you gathered some items from some of the law enforcement on scene.
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what you gathered?
Yes, and may I refer to my report?
You may. Just look up at me when your memory is refreshed.
Okay.
What were some of the items that you gathered?
One of the items was a firearm, an FN Herstal 5.7 handgun. Another item was a pink beanie cap, also a black backpack that was recovered as well.
Now, I wanted to ask you about that FN Herschel. Is that a 5.7 by 2.8 firearm?
Yes, sir.
I am approaching you with what has been marked as State's Exhibit actually. Maybe up here before you, which is up here as 221 Victor Victor. I'm going to ask you, Detective Belknap, can you look at what's on the stand before you and see if you recognize either any of the APD evidence labels and or if there is a serial number on that firearm?
Yes, sir.
What is the serial number?
The serial number is 386409184.
And I'm guessing you don't have serial numbers memorized. Is that fair to say?
It's fair.
Would looking at your report to refresh on the serial number of the gun you collected assist?
Yes, sir.
You may use your report to refresh. Is your memory refreshed?
It is.
And is that the firearm that you recovered at 2481 Meadowlark Drive?
It is.
Now, when you recovered it, was it loaded?
It was loaded when it was recovered. At the time when it was transferred to me, I don't recall whether it had been rendered safe and unloaded. And my report, I don't believe, was clear as to the condition it was in when I took custody of it.
And is that typical when you recover firearms to transport them to render them safe before moving them from a scene?
Yes, it is.
Now, you had also mentioned a pink beanie that you recovered.
Yes, sir.
I will gather that in just a second, but before we get to that, was there a black book bag that you had recovered on that scene?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you recall ever looking inside of that book bag?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall who it was that gave you that book bag?
I need to refresh my memory with my report.
You may. Do you recall who gave you that book bag that was on scene?
I don't, and I believe it was Officer Baker or Officer Gachette who had responded to the scene, but I didn't note specifically in my report who gave me the backpack.
And when you got that backpack, did you initially go through it?
Yes, sir.
And what was inside of that book bag?
There was a variety of narcotics within the backpack.
Was there any commercially packaged items?
There were.
What were they?
There was commercially packaged marijuana within the backpack.
And do you recall how many commercially packaged marijuana there was in that book bag?
There were a total of 19 bags.
Was there any pills or in that book bag?
There were.
Now, do you have any familiarity or training with encountering pills that you may find on the street in working with APD?
I do.
And when you encounter pills, do you personally do any steps to try to initially see what they possibly may be?
Sure. So, I mean, the first thing is just observing what they are. And oftentimes we've run across narcotics in similar form before and may recognize them immediately as what they are. Additionally, we have resources, including open source resources like the internet, several websites that can help us identify drugs, including prescription drugs, so that we can have sort of a place to start for testing those items.
And when you collect items such as you did there, do you typically indicate, even if you don't know exactly what something is, what it's suspected to be?
I do.
Now, with reviewing those items, I'm going to ask you, what did you find in that book bag that you suspected to be? In terms of what type of pills did you believe was in that book bag based on your training experience?
So I believe there were 3 types of pills that we saw. The first was a bag containing what I believed and identified as being MDMA. Another bag that contained what I recognized to be oxycodone, and an additional bag that contained what I recognized and believed to be Adderall.
Now, at this time when you're initially on scene, you have that firearm that we just discussed and this book bag with the narcotics. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever transport those items to anywhere else from the scene?
I did.
Did you collect and package those items?
I did.
And did you have any familiarity with where that white Audi was taken from the scene?
I do.
Can you describe for the jury what you know about that?
Yes, the white Audi was transported from the arrest location to the Atlanta Police Department Annex building. And there are vehicle cages there that we can store vehicles for pending search warrants or further processing.
And is that normal with recovered vehicles such as that to transport them to the annex?
It can be. It just depends on the case, whether further processing is needed or not.
Now, Detective Belknap, I am approaching you with what's been marked as 354 through 358 Victor. If you could take a minute and look at those bags and the identifying markers on them. Now, do you have is your name on any of those evidence labels?
Yes, it is.
And do you see any APD case number with those bags?
I do.
And do you typically put the APD case number from the scene when you collect items before you introduce it into property?
That's correct.
And is that the same APD case number on the report that you have used to refresh your memory from that March 17th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
With looking at those items, are you able to tell the jury what those are?
I can.
Please do.
So this first bag contains the pills that were suspected Adderall. The second bag contains...
And Detective Belknap, before you do, are they a fair and accurate depiction of the drugs that you collected from the scene that day?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 354 through 358 Victor.
May I?
Yes.
Sure.
No objection.
All right, those are admitted.
Detective Belknap, now that they're in evidence, you may, and please do, can you tell the jury what you have before you?
Okay. So this first bag, again, are the pills that I suspected were Adderall. This second contains the suspected oxycodone. The third bag contains some of the commercially packaged marijuana. The fourth bag contains additional commercially packaged marijuana. And this final bag contains the suspected MDMA.
Now, after you packaged those items, you went back to APD property, is that correct?
I actually would have packaged these at APD property.
And at APD property, did you ever get notified from someone on the Meadowlark scene after you went back to property from that first time?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury how that came about?
I was called by a supervisor and advised that East Point police were back on scene near the arrest location where a citizen had reported finding a firearm laying by the roadway.
Now, after being notified about that additional firearm, what did you do?
I responded back to the scene to recover that firearm as well.
So when you got on scene, do you recall who you spoke with?
I do.
Who did you speak with?
I spoke with Investigator Klickner from the East Point Police Department.
And when you met Investigator Klickner, can you tell the jury like where you were? Were you inside, outside? Where did you all meet up?
We met on the roadway where this firearm had been seen and reported.
And where was the firearm when you saw it?
The firearm was just off the roadway in the grass, like I guess within a couple of feet of the roadway.
And was there a magazine nearby?
There was.
Now, what did you do once you got there and saw that firearm that Investigator Klickner had?
I ultimately rendered the firearm safe and transported it to Atlanta Police Department property as well.
I want to ask you, does your report reflect the serial number on the firearm that you collected when meeting Investigator Klickner?
May I refresh my memory?
You may.
It does.
And I'm going to approach you with 220 Victor Victor. Is that, or is the 220 Victor Victor have the serial number on that item?
Is there a serial number on this?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And does that serial number match the firearm that you collected?
I can confirm, I believe there is a slight variation between what was in the report and what is on the actual weapon, as later investigation revealed.
Can you describe that later investigation regarding the serial number?
I can. So after this weapon was recovered, taken to Atlanta Police Department property, later on I followed up on the E-trace, the further investigation of the firearm, and was advised that the weapon had not been traced back to an original purchaser. I reviewed both my report and the photographs of the weapon and realized that due to some damage to the serial number on the weapon, which had been heavily scratched, that I had mistakenly identified one of the digits or one of the characters on the serial number from the weapon. I was able to go back, make that correction, and then complete the E-trace report and locate the actual origination of the firearm.
With that further investigation, looking at that firearm now, is that the firearm that you collected from Investigator Klickner on March 17, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 220 Victor Victor at this time.
All right, that's admitted.
And Investigator Belknap, was that firearm, when you had mentioned the E-trace, was that firearm, did you check it to see if it was ever reported stolen?
I did.
And what did you find?
I contacted the original purchaser of the weapon, who advised that he had sold the weapon in a third-party sale to another party, but did have contact information for the purchaser. I then contacted that person, who advised that the weapon had been stolen from him, and an Atlanta Police Department report had been made at the time of the theft.
And did you transport that firearm back to APD property as well?
I did. At the time of recovery, I did.
Now, after you come back to APD property, did you ever take out any additional arrest warrants?
I did.
What were the arrest warrants that you took out?
I took out additional arrest warrants, if I may refresh my memory.
May.
Additional arrest warrants for Mr. Jackson for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, possession of a Schedule II controlled substance with intent to distribute, and 3 counts of
Yes. Take this as our early morning break. All right, so we just need to get clear with the witness what he can and cannot say.
Yes, Your Honor, and if the court may permit, can I?
Do y'all just want to
Yes.
talk to him
Do you want us to do it
together?
on the record, or?
I don't think it needs to be done on the record, just y'all both go talk to him. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started back with the testimony, I just wanted to let y'all know to disregard the witness's comment about a warrant being taken for Mr. Stillwell for drugs. Go ahead, Mr. Edmonds.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Belknap, you never took out any warrants for any of the drugs related to that book bag as it pertains to Shannon Stillwell, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you take out gang warrants?
I did.
And did you take out firearm and gang warrants as well on Mr. Nichols?
I did.
No further questions. Thank you, Detective Belknap.
Yes, sir.
Please, Court, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Belknap.
Morning, sir.
We've met Max Shard. I represent Mr. Stillwell. So, I first want to ask you about the search of Jeffrey Williams' address at 355 Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022. You were present for that search, correct?
I was.
You were one of the officers executing the search.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you didn't write a report about the execution of that search warrant, did you?
I did not.
Okay, Investigator Storno wrote a report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I have asked you to review photos taken during the execution of that search warrant, and I've also asked you to review Investigator Storno's notes, or report, correct?
That's correct.
And you were kind enough to do that for me, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. And Mr. Atkins, if I could have your help displaying any images as Detective Belknap speaks about things, I'd appreciate it. On May 9th, 2022, do you recall who was present at 355 Allison Drive when you executed the search warrant?
Could you be more specific?
Okay, Jeffrey Williams was present, correct?
Yes, sir.
Martinez Arnold was present.
Yes, sir.
Diamante Kendrick was present.
Yes, sir.
Jeffrey Williams' teenage son was present, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. My client, Shannon Stillwell, was not present at 355 Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022, was he?
He was not.
Okay. And you don't have any evidence at all that Mr. Stillwell has ever even been to that residence, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. And during that search warrant was sought out by Investigator Viverito, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And during that search warrant, executing that search warrant on May 9th, 2022, you all collected drugs, correct? Suspected drugs?
We did.
Delta 8 syrup as well?
Yes.
Okay. Jewelry?
Yes.
Money?
Yes.
Phones?
Yes.
Mr. Williams' cars were seized?
That's correct.
And I'm not going to ask any questions about any of those things, but you also collected guns, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, there were 6 guns collected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you have reviewed pictures taken during the execution of that search warrant, correct?
I did.
Okay. I would like to just talk about each gun individually. I can go in whatever order you have. If you could just tell us, do you have photos in front of you that display the different types of guns and the different guns that were collected on May 9th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you just tell us the exhibit number of the first gun so Mr. Atkins can display it for the jury?
The first one I'm looking at is 57XX.
Okay, and that gun, from the pictures, can you tell us what type of gun, the manufacturer, anything that you can tell about that gun?
It appears to be a Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Glock semi-automatic handgun, okay. And do you have any other pictures in that sequence that reveal a serial number for that gun?
I believe so. The next one is 58XX.
Mr. Atkins, if you could display 58XX. Okay, and is the serial number BKMN536?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. What is the second gun that was collected?
The next one is 30XX.
You did say 30XX, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there a close-up of that gun that would help describe what type of gun it is?
I believe it's 31XX.
Okay, 31XX. And what kind of gun is that?
It's another Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. Can you tell what type projectiles or what caliber projectiles that gun fires?
It's a little difficult to tell from this picture, but from the picture alone.
Okay. Now, neither of these first two guns were the switch, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you tell us what about the next gun? What number we should display?
Oh, sir, I apologize. There's actually another photo, I believe, of that gun we were just looking at, 32XX.
All right. Mr. Atkins, if you could display 32XX. All right, thank you. And for that second gun, that's the serial number?
I believe it is, yes.
And it's BNU633.
Yes, sir.
All right. How about the third gun?
The third is 21XX.
And what can you tell us about this gun as far as the caliber or the manufacturer or anything?
It's another semi-automatic handgun, and it appears to be a Smith & Wesson, although I can't read it on the photograph.
Okay. And is that a switch?
No, sir.
Okay. And is that the serial number? 22XX?
22XX. Yes, sir.
All right. Great. Thank you. How about the fourth gun?
The fourth is 19XX.
Okay. And what can you tell us about this gun?
And this appears to be a tan Glock semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. Is that a switch?
Does not appear to be.
The fifth gun?
That would be 15XX.
Okay. What can you tell us about this gun? Is there another picture associated with that gun?
14XX and 15XX.
14XX. Let's go with that. What can you tell us about this gun?
It's another semi-automatic handgun. Also appears to be a Smith & Wesson.
Okay. And how about the sixth gun?
This is 51, 52, and 53XX.
Now that gun, what can you tell us about that gun?
This is another Glock semi-automatic handgun, and it does appear to have a conversion switch attached to the weapon.
Okay, that is the switch.
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. And those are the 6 guns that were collected from Jeffrey Williams' residence on May 9, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Okay, I just want to clear something up. And I'm speaking about, I'm not going to go through individually. I'm talking about all 6 firearms. Okay. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever touched any of these firearms?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that ballistically, any of these firearms were ever used in the Shamal Drinks homicide?
I didn't conduct that follow-up investigation, so I don't know whether it was or wasn't, but I'm not aware of any evidence that it was, that any of them were.
And that includes the switch too, correct?
It does.
Okay. And do you have any evidence, ballistically or otherwise, that any of these guns were used in the January 10, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I do not.
Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. I appreciate that, Detective Belknap. I'm going to move to your work on March 17th. When you arrived on Meadowlark Drive, you saw the white Audi, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was still in the parking lot.
It was in the driveway, yes.
Excuse me. Yes, I'm sorry. The driveway. Still had the Maryland tags affixed to it.
It did.
Still had the tint.
I don't recall noting the tint.
Okay.
But I don't believe the car had been altered.
Okay. You don't believe the car had been altered? What do you mean by that?
I don't believe the car had been moved or processed at that time when I arrived on the scene.
Oh, okay, okay. You mentioned finding a beanie.
Yes, sir.
And that is an evidence and was just admitted through you.
Correct.
Okay. So that beanie would be a separate beanie from any beanie that was collected on March 17th at 2830 Waters Road.
I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, it was collected on Meadowlark Lane.
It was collected
Or
on
Meadowlark
Meadowlark
Drive.
Lane.
Yes.
Okay. So if there's a separate beanie, if there's a beanie that was collected and put into evidence from Waters Road, there's 2 separate beanies, correct?
It would appear so, yes.
All right. And the beanie that you collected on Meadowlark Drive was, well, do you know who was wearing that prior to their arrest?
Yes, sir.
And was it my client, Shannon Stillwell?
It was.
And you collected that beanie because you had viewed the BP video that Detective Hogan had showed you already, correct?
I had.
And you had noted that Mr. Stillwell was wearing a pink beanie in that BP video.
I had observed that, yes.
And that's clear video as far as videos go. It wasn't grainy, it was clear. And you saw Mr. Stillwell wearing the pink beanie.
Yes.
And that's why you collected this pink beanie, because he was, in your mind as a detective, it was important to collect that pink beanie because it matched what's in the BP video.
Well, I agree with that. Just to be clear, it was collected prior to my arrival and was given to me to transport to property.
Okay. And you made sure you put it into property?
I did.
Okay. All right. The bag of drugs, did you recover that backpack?
I did not.
Okay. Have you seen the video from the Phoenix helicopter?
I have.
Okay, and you would agree that it was Mr. Nichols that threw that book bag into those bushes, correct?
I would. Yes, sir.
All right. And from that video, you can see Mr. Nichols exiting the white Audi with that book bag.
That's correct.
Okay. In your experience as an officer, you have seen people flee from the police because they have drugs in the car, correct?
I have.
Okay. The FN Hurstel 5.7. Serial number 386409184 that I believe is in evidence 221 VV. That was collected by Trooper Campbell and given to you for evidence, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you would agree that that gun is not a switch. It's not modified, not a switch.
No, it is not.
Okay. And then later, you were called by an Officer Klickner to collect an FNX 45, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, the FN, going back, the FN 57 shoots 5.7 rounds, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the FNX 45 tactical shoots 45 caliber rounds.
Yes, it does.
And those are the two guns that were located at Meadowlark Drive on March 17, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you collected those firearms and brought them into property, into evidence to preserve for further investigation, correct?
I did.
Okay. Those two guns, either the 5.7 and the 45, do you have any ballistic evidence linking those guns to the January 10, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I didn't conduct any ballistics investigations on the firearms, so I don't have any ballistics evidence related to these.
Do you have any evidence that connects them to the January 10th shooting of Donovan Thomas as we sit here today?
I do not.
Okay. And how about, and let me ask you, okay, and how about this? Those two guns, the 5.7 and the 45, do you have any ballistic evidence that connects those guns to the March 14, 2017 shooting of Shamel Drinks?
I don't have ballistic evidence of any kind related to these weapons.
In fact, neither the 5.7 or the 45 even shoots 40 caliber. They're not capable of shooting 40 caliber rounds, are they?
Neither is chambered to shoot a 40 caliber round.
Okay. You, just a couple more questions. You indicated that Detective Hogan had you look at the video for the FedEx to identify Mr. Stillwell and also Mr. Nichols, correct?
I reviewed the video at some point. I believe that what I initially saw were some of the social media photos of Mr. Nichols. I don't remember what I saw initially.
Did you review the BP video at some point?
At some point, yes.
Okay. This is what I want to know. Did you ever review with Detective Hogan or by yourself the FedEx video from March 14, 2017? Excuse me, March 14, 2022.
I don't recall if I ever reviewed that video or not.
Okay, so you're not even certain if you've ever seen that video?
I don't know. I'm not certain if I have or not.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Redirect. Oh, okay. Come on
I know I'm surprising the court.
in. Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have met. It's good to see you again.
Yes, sir, you too.
So I have some questions about what you said today. You mentioned that to Mr. Shart that Mr. Kendrick was present in the house at Allison Drive on May 9th, 2022, correct?
I don't recall exactly what his question was, but yes.
Okay. Did you actually see Mr. Kendrick in the house?
I did not.
Okay. The 6 guns that were found in that house, in Mr. Williams' house, do you have any evidence that Mr. Kendrick was ever in possession of those 6 guns?
I do not.
Do you have any evidence that he was anywhere near those 6 guns?
I do not.
Did you take part in the inventory, possession, or transport of the jewelry that was found in Mr. Williams' home?
My role during the search was to take photographs of evidence as it was recovered.
Do you recall there being 2 Richard Mille watches in Mr. Williams' home?
I don't know if I would know those if I saw them, so I don't know if there were 2 or not.
Okay. Do you recall seeing it's a Richard Mille brand. I understand you don't know what that brand would look like, but do you recall seeing a white ceramic watch with a pink band in the jewelry that you collected, or that was collected in that home?
I believe one was. Do I remember seeing it? I certainly don't a couple years later.
Okay. If a Richard Mille RM055 Bubba Watson white ceramic watch is not present in property today, do you know what happened to that watch?
I wouldn't have any idea.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Belknap, on cross, you were asked by defense counsel about the May 9th search of Jeffrey Williams' home. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Now, you actually were the photographer of those crime scene photographs we walked through, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, you remember being asked questions about, I believe it was the 6 firearms that you found in that house,
Yes, sir.
and if they have any ballistic evidence to the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Drinks. Do you
Correct.
recall that?
Yes.
Now, how many months later was this search from March 14th, 2022?
That'd be 2 months later.
Was Demekion Garlington arrested on May 9th, 2022 at Jeffrey Williams' home?
He was not.
Was Shannon Stillwell arrested on May 9th, 2022 in Jeffrey Williams' home?
No, he was not.
What about Miles Farley?
He was not.
What about Quarmavius Nichols?
He was not.
Now, I want to also ask you as the photographer, I'm going to publish what's marked as 64 X-ray. It's going to come up on the big screen and on your computer. Is this one of the photographs that you took?
It appears to be.
I'm going to go to 65 X-ray. Is this one of the photographs that you took?
It is.
Why did you take this photograph?
In documenting this scene, we saw this pamphlet for Mr. McMiller's funeral. Mr. McMiller was associated with YSL, with Mr. Williams, and had been shot and killed.
What was the date that he was murdered?
It was March 11th of 2022.
And do you recall if that murder was at a house or on a highway?
It was on the highway.
Is it, I don't have a pointer, but on this whiteboard, is that March 11th, 2022 and I-75-85?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And was Shamel Drinks murdered how many days after March 11th?
I believe it was 3 days later.
Now, I also want to ask you about, thank you, Mr. Vadi. You were asked on cross by defense counsel about a watch. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, I'm just going to come out and ask you because we've been dancing around it. Did you steal any watch or know of any APD personnel who stole any item from that house?
Absolutely not.
Can you tell the jury the protocols that are in place when you document, was everyone wearing body cam?
They were.
And can you describe for the jury the process y'all have when you go through that large amount of evidence on a scene like that? In terms of, do you video when you're putting it into property?
Yes, usually our body cameras will be running during the search of the home, during the transport, and at property when submitting property.
And were you all on scene or working that case for a short time or a long time?
We were out there for several hours.
One brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you, Detective Belknap.
Thank you.
All right, any recross?
You were asked on redirect if you're aware of any member of the APD that would have stolen this particular watch I asked you about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have full and total knowledge of all the activities of members of APD?
I don't.
If this particular watch, this Richard Mille watch, ceramic watch, is present in a photograph from Jeffrey Williams' home and it is no longer present in property right now, could anything have happened to that watch other than it have been stolen or lost?
Well, no, not every item that we photograph is ultimately taken as evidence. And I think there are probably a broad number of possibilities of what could have happened to that watch other than it being stolen or lost.
Is it the practice of your office to leave behind a $500,000 watch when you're seizing jewelry?
I don't know that I can answer that as far as practices go. I have no idea the value of this watch that we're discussing, so I'm woefully uneducated as far as that goes. And I can tell you that, unfortunately, as diligent as we are, sometimes even evidence is left behind at scenes. In this case, I don't have any specific information about this particular watch.
Can you explain to the jury the procedure when you go about seizing a vehicle, such as was seized at Jeffrey Williams' home?
As far as the procedure, we would call a tow truck to come and tow that vehicle to another location.
Is there any searching of the vehicle and inventorying of property within that vehicle at the time of the seizure?
It can depend on the scene and if there's a search warrant for the vehicle or if the vehicle is accessible. Sometimes the keys may not be present, can't access a vehicle, and sometimes it's towed to a secure location to conduct an inventory or further processing of that vehicle.
If the vehicle is accessible at the scene and you have a warrant that allows you to enter that vehicle, what's the procedure for what you do with the contents of the vehicle?
Typically, those contents would be cataloged, valuable items may be secured, evidence may be seized.
Is the procedure to leave valuable items within the vehicle?
Not typically, and again, that could be case dependent if the vehicle is going to be removed to another secure location for further processing.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
United States calls crime scene tech Antoinette Grant.
Antoinette Green, ANTONETTEGREEN.
And welcome back. You've been here before with us, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to March 22nd, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to the homicide case to assist in a homicide investigation?
Yes.
And what is the APD number, do you know now, associated with the case that you were working? Do you know the APD case number?
Not offhand, I don't.
We're looking at a copy of, did you do a report in that case?
Yes, I did.
We're looking at a copy of your report, help refresh your memory.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to approach you with what I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit 373VV. First, tell me if you recognize 373VV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is my report.
And will that help refresh your memory as to the APD case number for that case?
Yes.
What is the APD case number?
The full case number is 220731882.
All right. And tell the jury, where's the homicide cage located?
It's located at the Annex 3493 Donnelly Hollowell.
And why were you requested to that location?
I was requested to do a follow-up with Investigator Hogan at the time.
And what did Investigator Hogan request of you?
He requested me to photograph and process 2 vehicles in the cage.
If you could tell the jury briefly, when you're asked to process a vehicle at the homicide cage, what are you going to do? How do you process the vehicle?
It depends on what the homicide or officer wants to be done, but usually in this case, I photographed the vehicle and searched for evidence.
Okay. And how many vehicles were you asked to process?
2.
And what were those 2 vehicles?
It was a Audi A5 and a Nissan Versa.
And did you have any particular order as to how you processed those vehicles?
Yes, because he had a search warrant for the Audi A5, I processed that one first.
Why did you do that one first? Just because of the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you subsequently process the red Nissan Versa after that?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to look at pictures from your processing of those 2 vehicles?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 361 VV through 387 VV. Are those the photographs that you looked at previously that depict when you process the vehicle?
Yes.
And do those appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the homicide cage when you process both the Audi A5 and the red Nissan Versa?
Yes.
At this time, the state would like to tender and admit 361 VV through 387 VV.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
The pictures are going to come up both on this screen and on the screen.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to first start with 361 VV. And while it's coming up, tell the jurors when you, should we start with 361 VV? Sorry, 373 VV, I apologize. When you process the vehicle, tell the jurors how do you go, your steps in processing the vehicle.
Okay, so my first step is to photograph of the vehicle 360. So I would do the rear, the passenger, the driver's side, and the front of the vehicle. And then from there, I would go inside of the vehicle and photograph it as well, starting with the driver's side, going to the rear, driver rear, going around to the passenger rear, and then back to the passenger front. That's how I process the vehicle.
Okay. Now, looking at Safety Exhibit 373 VV, is this the white Audi A5?
Yes, it is.
And what is the tag number on this vehicle?
Number 8 is in Edward, D as in David, number 7071.
And what is the tag number? I mean, where's the state issuing the license?
Maryland.
Okay. And in looking at State Exhibit 373 VV, do you see tint on the front dashboard of the vehicle?
Well, yes, it is dark.
Okay. And can you, looking at this picture, look and see inside of that vehicle?
No, I cannot.
Okay. I want to look at 374 VV, 375 VV, and 376 VV. Is that what you were just referencing by taking the 360 picture of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at those pictures, 374, 375, and 376, did the car appear to have tint on all sides of the vehicle?
Yes.
And in looking at all sides of the vehicle, were you able to look inside of that vehicle?
No.
Not through the windows?
No.
All right. I want to look at 377 VV, 378 VV, 379 VV, 380 VV, and 381 VV. What were you depicting in those exhibits?
Like I had stated earlier, those are the interior photos of the vehicle from all sides. And just showing what's in the vehicle.
And looking at 382 VV, what, if anything, were you trying to depict in 382?
That's just showing me, I always show parts like, all the photos are not here, but I always show like opening that door in the interior side of the door.
And there's, okay. Looking at 384 VV. Excuse me, 385 VV. What were you depicting in 385 VV?
All right, this is a cell phone that was collected from the center console, and so I have marked it with marker number 2.
Okay, and I want to zoom in. Do you also see a pair of glasses on the seat?
Yes.
As well. All right. Did you collect the glasses or the phone charger?
No, just the phone.
All right. And then looking at 386 VV, and I'm going to rotate it to the left. If we can. But if not, what is depicted in 386 VV?
That is the inside roof headliner that I was requested to collect.
And who requested that you collected the headliner?
Investigator Hogan.
All right. And did you ultimately take or cut out that headliner?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 388 VV. Tell me if you recognize 388 VV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 388 VV?
This is the bag that I collected the liner in.
Okay. And once you collected the liner, what, if anything, did you do with it after packaging it?
I was requested to send it to the GBI for gunshot residue.
And then 387 VV, what are we, is that the VIN number? Oh, sorry. Okay. And now looking at it right side up, is that the headliner that is in that bag?
Yeah.
And what portion did you cut out? Just the part that has the one?
Yes.
All right. Why did you take the other portions of the headliner?
Because that's a molded part and it was not easily to come out. That part is padded because it's part of the sunroof, so that was easy to cut.
And while I'm getting you a pair of scissors, I'm going to go to 387 VV. Was that just the VIN number of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And what are the last 8 digits? Excuse me, 6 digits, I apologize.
0456, I'm sorry, 04529.
All right, thank you. I'm going to hand you a pair of scissors. If you can just open up State's Exhibit 388 VV and publish. Did I admit that? You're right. Let me admit first 388 VV into evidence.
No, you did not. All right, that's admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
And when you take it out, did you do all the other cutting here, or do you know when all the other cutting was done?
No, I do not.
Okay. And you can put it back in there. Thank you. Thank you. Next, I want to go to State's Exhibit 361 VV. And is this the red Nissan Versa that you processed at the direction of Detective Holden?
Yes.
And as we go through, looking at 362 VV and looking at 363 VV, is this again you taking the 360 photographs of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, for the Nissan Versa, were you able to enter into the vehicle on the on the passenger side?
No, I was not.
Why not?
Because as in our homicide cage, we have other vehicles, and if you can look to the right of that, it's another vehicle that's obstructing me from opening the passenger side doors of that vehicle. So I only stayed on the driver's side.
Okay. I want to look at or move to 367 VV. And looking at 367 VV, what were you depicting in 367 VV?
This is just showing the overall interior of the vehicle in the front.
Okay. And looking in the driver's side of 367 VV, what, if anything, is this reddish brown staining?
Yeah, those reddish brown stains in the seat.
All right. And then looking at 368 VV, what were you depicting at 368 VV?
All right. As I was saying, I couldn't get to the passenger side door, so that is just a overall of the passenger side door. It does have some type of defect or damage in it.
And looking at 368 VV, what is the defect or damage that you were referencing?
It's the small in the interior door, the little white slit in there. That's what I was trying to photograph.
And 369 VV, is that a close-up of that white slit?
Yes.
Okay. Now looking at 371 VV, what were you depicting in 371 VV?
In the reddish brown stains, there is a projectile that's located, so that is marked with marker number 1.
Okay. And I want to see if we can zoom in on 371 VV. And is it the copper item with some white material around it that you were looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And is that where it was found, right where you had that one?
Yes.
Right. Now, looking at 372 VV, did you take it from where it was initially and pull it out a little further to take the picture of it?
Yes, so you can clearly see what it was.
Okay. And did you collect that projectile?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 389 VV. I believe admitted as 389 VV. Can you look at 389 VV and tell me if you recognize 389 VV?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the bag that I sealed it in. It has my initials on it.
Okay. And I won't ask you to publish it, but do you feel inside of the bag the projectile?
Well, yeah, I filled the envelope that it was in.
Feel to the bottom corner.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay.
And do you want to open it and confirm?
You want me to open it?
And just look inside of it. And once you collected the projectile, what did you do with it?
I also sent it to the GBI crime lab for testing.
After you processed both these vehicles and collected both the headliner and the projectile and sent both those items to the GBI, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Yeah, if you could just, no, if you could just put them up there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sylvia. Just going to put these here in case I need to ask any questions.
Okay.
Mr. Atkins, could you just like, if I need anything for, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Crime scene tech, you're still a crime scene tech, correct?
Well, I'm currently a supervisor, but yeah, it's.
Good morning, Supervisor Green.
Yes.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, the work that you just testified to, you performed that work on March 22nd, 2022.
Yes.
Okay. At the annex on Bankhead Highway on Donnelly Hollowell that APD owns and stores vehicles that are evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were not at the scene on March 14th of 2022, but you became involved when you processed these vehicles.
That's correct.
All right. And you processed these vehicles, was that pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, and the search warrant was obtained by Detective Hogan, is that correct?
Yes.
Who you knew to be the lead investigator in this case?
Well, an investigator, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you were processing these vehicles, you were looking for any projectiles, correct?
Yes.
Any shell casings?
Yes.
Okay, well, we're going to get to the projectiles in a second. Shell casings, spent shell casings. You did not find any shell casings in the white Audi, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
No shell casings, okay. You were looking obviously for weapons.
Yes.
You didn't find any weapons in the white Audi, did you?
Yes, that's correct.
Correct, you did not.
I did not find anything.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And you were also, as part of the execution of the search warrant, you were looking for materials or objects that could later be tested for gunshot residue, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So, the white Audi, you collected a cell phone from the center console, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then you also removed the headliner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's just talk about the removal of the headliner. Brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As part of as a crime scene technician with the city of Atlanta, certainly now as a supervisor, you are trained in evidence collection, correct?
Yes.
And forensics, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you are trained in gunshot residue, what it is, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know it to be microscopic particles that are expelled from a handgun when the gun is fired, correct?
Correct, yes.
And it spreads in the immediate area of wherever that gun is fired.
Yes.
Okay. And you were trained in the collection of potential objects for testing for gunshot residue, correct?
Yes,
Okay. In this case, you collected the headliner from this white Audi.
yes,
Okay. Now I'm showing you 183 VV. This is already in evidence. Is this a fair representation of what the white Audi looked like after you collected the headliner?
yes, yes.
Okay. And the part that you collected, is it the square on top where the sunroof is, or is it also the surrounding area that forms the border on the top of the car?
Yeah, it's been so long. Yeah, so I'm assuming that, well, I did that where I put number 1, I collected that, and if the other parts came off, I collected that as well.
Okay, so you collected it all.
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to look at the headliner to just
Okay.
confirm?
Yeah. Yeah. So yes, yes, all the headliner, yes.
And so you would agree that it includes the part that was under the sunroof as well as the surrounding areas?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now, the decision to collect the headliner of all places in the car, you're saying that decision was made by Investigator Hogan,
That is correct.
correct? Is this the first time you've collected a headliner of?
Actually, yes, that was my very first time collecting a headliner.
Okay. Now, when Detective Hogan requested that you collect the headliner, did you object at all to collecting the headliner?
No.
Okay, as someone trained in gunshot residue and collection and all that you know about gunshot residue, the headliner seemed like a reasonable part of the car to collect.
Well, that's what he requested to collect. He's the lead, so I'm under his direction.
And that seemed reasonable to you, though, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't think it was crazy for Detective Hogan to ask you to collect the headliner?
No.
Okay. And the headliner would be, the reason you didn't think it was crazy, because the headliner would be in the area where gunshot residue would be dispersed if a gun was shot inside that Audi, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the headliner and that cloth is different than hands, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, the cloth material, based on your training experience, would be more likely to collect and maintain gunshot residue particles than someone's hands, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that seemed like a good idea to you to collect the headliner,
Yes.
if we wanted to get to the truth.
Yes.
Okay. And after you collected this headliner, you packaged it carefully, correct?
Yes.
In accordance with all the training and experience and guidelines that you follow in the collection of evidence.
Yes.
And you submitted it to GBI, correct?
That is correct.
And GBI being the Georgia Bureau of Investigations.
Yes.
Okay. And it would be someone from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations that I would have to talk to about whether, what the results of that gunshot residue testing is, correct?
That is correct. You would have to talk to him.
All right. Oh, one more thing. In your, Mr. Atkins, could you kindly publish 374 VV? Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Abate, Ms. Hilton, thank you. $374. Thank you. Ms. Green, this is a picture that you took of the outside of the white Audi, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you noted that there was tint on the windows and the front and back windshield, correct?
Yes.
All right. From your inspection of this car, did you notice any damage to the tint of the front driver's side window?
No.
Did you notice any bubbling or scratches on the tint of the driver's side window?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Weinstein?
No, Your Honor.
Any redirect? No redirect. All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
You have a state called Alexander Colvin to the stand.
My name is Alexander Colvin. Last name is C-O-V as in Victor, I-N.
And good morning, Mr. Colvin. How are you?
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
I'm currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, Division of Forensic Sciences, commonly known as the State Crime Lab.
And what do you do for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
I am a microanalyst or scientist in the trace evidence section.
And if you can tell the jury about your education and training.
I received a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Albany State University. And upon being hired at the GBI Crime Lab, depending on which area of analysis they will be employing you in, you will begin a training program. So for me, when I was promoted to a scientist position, I started off in the gunshot primer residue program. And the training lasts about 6 to 8 months, was consistent of practical exercises, written and oral exams, a competency test at the end, which is like a mock case that I had to get the correct answer to, a mock trial phase, and then about a 3-month-long supervised casework phase where I was doing real casework, but my trainer was also going through some of the technical processes with me.
And have you had any training outside of your training with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
As it pertains to gunshot primer residue, no, I have not.
While at the GBI, how many cases have you dealt with concerning gunshot residue?
Concerning gunshot residue, over 1,000 at this point.
And have you ever been qualified to testify in the state of Georgia as an expert in gunshot residue?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
About 82 or so times.
You're right. This time the state would like to tender Mr. Colvin as an expert in gunshot residue and trace evidence examination.
All right, he's so qualified and may testify as an expert in those matters.
If you can tell the jurors as a microanalyst, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities?
So as a microanalyst in the trace evidence section, I perform casework in the areas of gunshot primer residue, or GSR, paints and coatings, plastics and polymers, or tape, fractured materials, and some questioned materials or general materials cases.
And if you can tell the jurors, what is gunshot residue and how is it formed?
Gunshot primer residue, or GSR, is a collection of microscopic particles that are formed when a firearm is discharged. These particles contain all 3 of the elements, lead, barium, and antimony, and are molten in morphology, showing that they've been exposed to a lot of heat and pressure during the discharging of that firearm.
And when the gunshot residue or the gunshot powder comes out of the firearm, what direction does it generally go in? What happens with?
The GSR particles form a vapor cloud when the firearm is discharged. So I liken it to maybe baby powder in the way it behaves, kind of a cloud or a plume around that firearm in all directions. And then also some of that GSR, the GSR particles traveling with the bullet as well.
How do you test for GSR on items or materials?
Typically, GSR is tested and collected using what we call a GSR collection kit. And these kits contain vials with what we call stubs. They're adhesive samplers, 1/2 inch in diameter metal discs with black carbon adhesive tape on the top. And whatever surface you want to examine for GSR, whether it be a person's hands or clothing or so on and so forth, you can take those samplers and dab the surface randomly to pick up any particulate matter that is there. And then once those samplers are submitted to us, we will input them into an instrument that's called a scanning electron microscope that is equipped with an energy dispersive X-ray spectrometer, or SEM-EDS for short. And all that is just a very high-powered microscope that uses a beam of electrons instead of light, like you would usually see in a microscope that you would see in a biology classroom. This instrument will then allow us to see what's on the surface of those samplers. Any particulate matter that is there, we can see it, and then get an elemental profile of what those particles are made of. So again, with GSR, we're looking for molten particles containing all three of the elements together: lead, barium, and antimony.
Are there certain surfaces that are better to test for GSR than others?
Yes, there are. As far as like, so typically the best evidence as far as GSR is concerned is a person's hands. You can also sample surfaces such as clothing items or anything that's made of cloth or textile material. Any other surfaces can be sampled for GSR, but some surfaces don't do as well as retaining those GSR particles, and as well as making it difficult to actually sample. But any surface can technically be sampled for GSR.
And if a surface is clean, so if it's your hands, if the hands are washed, or if it's a vehicle and the vehicle is cleaned, would that prevent you from getting GSR results in cases such as that? Or can it affect getting results?
Can you get closer to the mic?
Yes.
Thanks.
When it comes to a person's hands, if GSR particles are in fact there, washing the hands will cause you to remove most, if not all, of those GSR particles. The same can be generally said with other surfaces, especially harder surfaces. If you wipe those down or rinse those down, any GSR particles that are potentially there mostly will be lost. When it comes to clothing items or surfaces that are more cloth or textile material, most of those GSR particles, if they are in fact there, will also be lost. But we have seen that, for example, with clothing items, very small amounts of GSR can still persist even after washing your clothes.
And in a vehicle, are there certain places that as a scientist with the GBI, that you ask law enforcement to get samples of for you to test? Are there other parts of a car that are better to test for GSR than others?
We would prefer that the headliner of a vehicle is either submitted or sampled for GSR. Again, all surfaces can be sampled for GSR inside of a vehicle, but some surfaces, the harder surfaces, just don't do as well as retaining those particles. So things such as a gear shifter or the steering wheel may not be good surfaces to sample for GSR, even though it's possible. But the headliner, maybe the headrests of the seats would be your best areas to sample for GSR.
I want to direct your attention to DOFS case number 2022-1007212, where you asked to perform any testing in that case.
Yes, I was.
And who was the agency that submitted the request?
Your Honor, may I look at my notes?
You may, if they'll help refresh your recollection.
Yes. Will they help refresh your recollection?
Yes, they will.
All right.
And I'm sorry, it was which officer?
Which agency?
Agency, the Atlanta Police Department.
And what was the agency reference number?
The agency reference number was 2207-31882.
And who requested the testing to be done?
An investigator, A.E. Hogan.
And was there a named victim on that case?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
Mr. Shamel Drinks.
And what was submitted to the GBI for testing?
So as far as GSR analysis is concerned, a headliner that is identified as being collected from an Audi A5 was submitted.
Okay. And in front of you, it states Exhibit 388 BV. And there's some fresh gloves. Tell me if you recognize this Exhibit 388 BV.
Okay, so this is item number 1, which is containing the headliner from the Audi A5. And I recognize it by the GBI specific barcode here with the GBI case number and item number of this particular package. I also recognize this package by the seals, where I initialed the seals here when I completed the analysis, and my initials and date when I started the analysis.
And can you walk the jury through what you did with that particular piece of evidence in order to test for GSR?
Okay, so once I am assigned this particular case, I will then go and retrieve this item of evidence out of the trace evidence evidence storage location, and then begin my analysis for GSR. So for this particular case, I was tasked with actually sampling the headliner before beginning my examination. And so I took this item of evidence into a clean processing room and began sampling this headliner using those stubs or adhesive samplers that I mentioned earlier.
And when you look inside 388 BV, do you see the adhesive stubs that you use in this case?
The adhesive stubs are not here unless they've been put inside. Oh, they're inside actually. So the adhesive stubs are a separate item that I created once I was finished sampling the headliner.
And when you say you sampled the headliner, what do you mean?
I will take the adhesive samplers and we call it dab randomly across the surface of that headliner. I used 2 stubs in total when it came to actually sampling the surface of the headliner. Keep in mind, this is a sampling process. not every square millimeter of that entire headliner can be covered by these stubs. So like I mentioned, I used 2 of these stubs, and then a third stub, which was just exposed to the collection environment in the processing room that I did the sampling in, just to show that there's no extraneous GSR particles in the processing room. That will also be carried along through the examination process, along with the stubs that I used to sample the actual headliner.
And is there any reason why you didn't sample or take every piece of the headliner and test every piece of it? It's a large surface area, and it is not efficient to be able to, I guess, get a representative sample of the entire surface area. But, per policy for us, it is up to the examiner's discretion. Whenever the tack or the adhesive, the stickiness is lost on those samplers, you can either stop there with your sampling or use another adhesive sampler to continue sampling. And for me, I used 2 stubs for this particular headliner. And what was the results of your testing?
The samples from the headliner, from the Audi A5, failed to reveal any particles that are characteristic of GSR.
Now, since you only tested a sample of the headliner, is it possible that there could have been GSR on the portion that you did not sample or that you did not stub?
It is possible that there is a small amount of GSR somewhere on that headliner that I happened to miss with the sampling process.
Now, I want to ask you a few hypotheticals. If a person is driving a car and they pull up to a red light, and at that red light, the same driver, I'm going to ask first, sticks their hands outside of the window, and they fire a .40 caliber handgun, would you expect gunshot residue to enter into the car that the driver was in?
And it is the driver that stuck the...
Yes, the driver is the person who stuck their hands outside of the window and fired the firearm.
It's possible that a small amount of GSR could still be deposited inside the vehicle through that open window or door, perhaps, but not particularly a large amount of GSR. Most of that cloud or plume of GSR particles would be outside of the vehicle, but some of that still could be deposited inside as well.
Now, hypothetically, if a person...
Ms. Hilton, if you're going to get that far away from the mic, will you use the lapel mic or pick one up and carry it with you, please?
Sure, I'll stay by the mic, Your Honor. Hypothetically, is this good? Can you hear me? Okay. Hypothetically, if a person is driving a vehicle and they have passengers in that vehicle, and for some reason they're in the same car, the passenger shoots a gun inside of the car, inside of the same car, would you expect to find GSR inside of that vehicle?
Yes, if the gun is discharged within the cabin of that vehicle, I would expect to find GSR inside of that vehicle.
Would you expect to find more GSR in that vehicle where the gun was shot in the cabin more than the gun that was shot outside of the window of the driver's side?
Yes, it is reasonable to expect that more GSR particles will be found in the vehicle where the firearm was discharged inside of the vehicle versus the vehicle where the firearm was discharged outside of the window of the vehicle.
And in this case, outside of testing the headliner, do you know anything about where that headliner came from outside of knowing that it came from an Audi A5, do you know anything else about that vehicle?
No, I do not.
Court's indulgence for a moment. My last question for now. Do the conditions in which a vehicle is stored affect whether or not you'll be able to find GSR? So for example, if the gun is fired outside of a vehicle and the windows remain down, or the sunroof is opened, or the sunroof is opened and closed multiple times, does that at all affect whether or not you will find GSR inside of the car?
If the GSR particles are already deposited inside of the vehicle, I suppose it's possible that you would lose a small amount if the windows are down or the sunroof is open, just based on wind or maybe if it rained or something like that. But I wouldn't expect for there to be a huge difference based off of that alone.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
All right.
Mr. Coven, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I appreciate you being here today. I'm going to ask you, let's play the hypotheticals first, and then I'm going to get into the work you actually did in this case, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you were just asked about some hypotheticals. Let's just be clear. In your expert opinion, if a gun was shot inside the cabin of a car and the sunroof was opened subsequently to the gunfire and the windows were opened and someone was driving around, in your expert opinion, the gunshot residue inside that car would remain, correct?
And this is after the gun was already discharged and the GSR was deposited?
Yes.
Yes, I would expect for there to be surfaces inside of that vehicle where the GSR particles remained, yes.
Okay, you were asked about a hypothetical where someone sticks their hand out the window. The driver sticks their hand out the window and shoots. Okay, first of all, there's a possibility that there would still be gunshot residue inside the cabin in that circumstance, correct?
That is correct.
Because it's a large plume of microscopic particles. How many particles are there typically, gunshot residue particles, discharged from a gun when it is fired?
We don't have a very accurate count on that for sure, because that's very difficult to count. But I would expect on the order of hundreds, at the very least, to be created when a firearm is discharged. Now, where those particles are deposited, that's a different story.
Could it be thousands?
It could be thousands, I can't say for sure. It's all dependent on how many shots we're talking about and how large the caliber of the firearm was.
And let me ask you this. So 3 to 4 shots fired outside the car, inside the car, either way, that would increase the amount of particles that are expelled from the firearm 3 to 4 times, correct?
Yes, it would, yes.
And that would make it more likely, even if a gun is shot outside a window, that there would be gunshot residue within the cabin that could be detected by you later on, correct?
Yes, that is reasonable to expect that there will be more available to deposit on some surface somewhere, yes.
Okay, and while we're playing the hypothetical game, if someone stuck their arm out the window, the driver's side window of a car, and fired a gun, and it was on video, you would expect to see muzzle flashes, wouldn't you?
On video?
Yes.
That's reasonable to expect. That's, yes, with a gunfire, with a discharging firearm, yes.
You familiar with tint application?
A little bit,
You're not
yes.
supposed to down the window within 24 to 48 hours after the tint is applied, correct?
That is what I've been told before, yes.
Leads to bubbling, leads to damage to the tint.
That's correct.
okay? If a car is collected that had recently had tint applied and there was no, within hours of this alleged shooting, and then there was no damage to that tint when it was later, when the car was later processed, would that be evidence that the window was never opened to shoot out at someone?
That is outside of my expertise. I'm not a window tint expert. I know I've been told that as well before with my own vehicle, but I cannot say for sure that that is the case here.
Well, while we were doing hypotheticals, I just wanted to ask that as well. Okay, but ultimately, getting back to the work you actually did, not hypotheticals. You've done with GBI, how long have you been working with GBI?
Over 9.5 years now.
Okay, excellent. You've done thousands of tests for gunshot residue, correct?
Just over 1,000, yes.
Just over 1,000. You've tested headliners before, correct?
Yes, I have.
This isn't the first time.
No, it's not.
Okay, headliners are a relatively common part of a car to be collected to test for gunshot residue, correct?
To either be collected or someone has sampled a headliner and submitted it to us, yes.
And the reason is because the headliner, where it's situated in the car, would be a place where the gunshot residue, if the gun is fired in the car or even potentially outside the car, would be a place where gunshot residue would be deposited, correct?
That is correct. A good area for them to be retained if they were indeed deposited.
And you said retained. Retained, also, the headliners, they're a cloth fabric, correct?
That's correct.
Textiles.
Typically.
Textiles,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Different than a hand where you sweat and different things of that nature. These textiles tend to maintain and absorb absorb's a bad word, maintain the gunshot residue particles better than skin, for instance.
That's correct. Any item that is of cloth material or textile has the ability to hold on to or retain GSR particles better than a harder surface or better than a person's hands, simply due to the fact that we use our hands a lot. The more you're touching surfaces, you're going to lose those particles, or just washing your hands will cause you to lose all of those particles.
Okay. And in your work on this case, you took the headliner and you dabbed it with those sticky tabs, correct?
That is correct.
You did everything by the procedures as you were taught, correct?
That is correct.
You did everything by the procedures as is standing operating procedure with GBI, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in fact, you used that one tab, and then in fact, you broke out a second tab and continued to dab the headliner, correct?
That is correct.
How many dabs do you do with each tab?
Again, per our policy and our standards, we are to, and then it's at the discretion of the examiner, but we will continue to dab until the tackiness or the stickiness of that adhesive surface is lost. And at that point, then you can move on to a second stub or third or however many there were, or be finished with your sampling process. So in this particular case, I can't really tell you for sure how many dabs that was. Maybe a couple dozen or more than that, but I can't tell you for sure. We don't notate how many dabs there were.
All right. And you said that just dabbing, you probably didn't cover the entire surface of the headliner, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but the reality is you don't need to effectively test for gunshot residue, correct?
That is correct. Again, unfortunately, just due to the nature of the sampling process, we can't get to every square millimeter of that entire surface. So it's possible that some things could have been missed, but this is a sampling process that is recognized throughout the forensic community and is standard for us when it comes to sampling any items for GSR.
Well, and the reality is when we're talking about GSR, a gun doesn't disperse GSR to one little spot, all the GSR to one little spot on a headliner, it sends a plume. Correct?
That's correct. A plume or a cloud, yes.
And so when you're saying we didn't cover every little spot, in your training experience using, in fact, not only one tab, but 2 tabs and dozens of dabs, in your 9.5 years experience, you dabbed enough to get an accurate representation of whether that headliner was exposed to a plume of gunshot residue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You felt great about the work you did. You followed all the procedures.
Yes, I did feel good about the sampling process that I did.
Okay. Let me ask you, you've said you've been called to testify 82 times.
When it comes to GSR, yes.
Is it fair to say that the majority of those times you came to testify in court, the GSR was positive?
Is that the majority of the time? Potentially.
Okay. Has the state called you personally as an expert in gunshot residue at times when the result was positive?
Yes, they have.
Okay. And when the result was positive, you came and shared with the jury about what the results were?
That is correct.
And it was the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, just be clear, Fulton County District Attorney's Office has called you to testify about positive results before, correct?
Objection on relevance?
Overruled. You can answer.
I cannot say for sure, remembering my results from testifying in Fulton County, but it is reasonable to expect that there were some that were positive, and I was asked to testify to my results for them here, yes.
Okay. So when the results were positive, the work was done well according to the prosecutors?
I can't really speak to...
Sustained.
Okay. All right, now, I want to ask you, going back to another hypothetical that I left out. The hypothetical of washing. Hypothetically, you can wash your hands, correct?
That is correct.
And that can remove gunshot residue.
Correct.
And you've talked about clothing and textiles and the potential to wash textiles or clothing, correct?
That's correct.
And you also said that there's studies that show even textiles or clothing, even if they go through the wash, still have gunshot residue, correct?
That is correct.
All right, but here's the thing. I want to talk about this case. Do you have any evidence, is there any evidence that you noted in your report, any evidence that this headliner had been washed?
There's no evidence that was noted or given to me that would indicate that it had been washed, but I would never really know for sure. Based off of what I am given to examine for the GSR analysis.
Well, I want to talk about the premise of the hypothetical. You do not have any evidence that this headliner was washed?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right, and ultimately, the results, well, we talked about hundreds or thousands, or you said maybe thousands, of particles. What is the threshold? I know that you said it's negative. The headliner was on each and every one of those tabs. When you looked under the scanning electron microscope with the beams, the electron beams, the result was negative. But what I want to know, what is the threshold for a positive?
We don't really use the word positive. It's just, is the GSR there or not? And all you need is just one particle to say that, yes, there are particles characteristic of GSR present on this surface.
So all you need is one particle under that scanning electron microscope with the electron beams to be a positive result.
That is correct.
And in this case, the result of that headliner was negative, meaning you did not even see one particle of gunshot residue on that headliner.
That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Mr. Shar just asked you if there was evidence that the car was washed. Do you know, sitting here, if there's evidence that it was not washed or cleaned?
No, I do not.
Mr. Shar asked you about muzzle flashing on a video. Do you remember him asking about that?
Yes.
If the video is grainy, would you expect to see muzzle flash?
I really can't tell you for sure without actually seeing the video myself. I suppose the graininess of a video could impact that, but I can't say for sure.
And just because you don't see muzzle flash, does that mean a shooting did not occur?
I'm not really too sure on that one either.
You talked about a plume, the smoke or the cloud that comes out. The direction of the cloud, is that in the direction of the projectile of the bullet? Is that the direction of the plume that we are talking of?
So the plume or cloud is formed around the discharging firearm. Yes, the plume could have a more dense population of GSR particles in certain areas, depending on the environmental factors or what type of firearm it was. But it is a cloud or a plume of GSR particles that is created. And then you will also have some GSR particles traveling in the direction of the bullet with the bullet itself.
Can the length of time between the depositing of the GSR and the testing affect whether or not you will find GSR?
Yes, it can, just due to any factors or any events that could have occurred in the interim. So those GSR particles are deposited. Were they washed or wiped away or lost for whatever environmental reasons? That could affect the amount of GSR particles that are picked up when when it's finally sampled for GSR. Of course, I can't say for sure what happened, but those are things that can affect any GSR examination, yes.
And do you have in your notes when you tested the headliner?
I sampled the headliner on June 1st, 2022.
All right. And again, cleaning, vacuuming inside of a car, inside of a vehicle, that can affect whether or not we find GSR. Is that fair?
Yes,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, that will affect the amount of GSR particles that are there.
So now we're dealing with a hypothetical about vacuuming. Do you have any evidence that this headliner was vacuumed?
No, I do not.
Okay. And when I understand that you collected the samples on June 1st, 2022?
That's correct.
When did you receive the headliner from APD?
APD submitted the headliner on March 23rd, 2022.
Okay, between March 23rd, may I approach? Mm-hmm. And this is the headliner?
Yes.
Okay, between March 23rd and June 1st, headliner, was it continuously, uninterruptedly kept in this evidence bag?
Based on the notes that I have and the records that I have, yes, it was.
And this evidence bag was sealed?
Yes, it was.
So no one from GBI took this headliner between March 23rd and June 1st and stuck it in the laundry?
No, they did not.
No one took the headliner and went out on Panthersville Road and ran in the yard with the headliner, just waving it around?
That's correct. No, they did
Okay,
not.
it was maintained in this sealed evidence bag,
Yes, it was.
just like all other evidence that is brought in to GBI for testing, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. How long shall's next witness?
Thank you. It's relatively short, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and call another witness before lunch.
Your Honor, the state calls Investigator Kilgore to the stand.
It's Investigator Jennings Kilgore, Jennings Kilgore.
Welcome back, Investigator Kilgore. How are you doing, sir?
Good, sir. How are you?
Doing well. When you had testified previously, you explained that you work for the APD Crime Lab
Yes.
and discussed NIBIN.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask you about some additional NIBIN testing that you performed.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask you if you analyzed any NIBIN 9mm cartridge cases related to March 2022 in this case.
Which case number is that?
So I'm going to start with APD case number 220841701.
Okay. Yes, on that particular case, we received 15 9mm cartridge cases, 140 cartridge case, and a metal jacket fragment.
Now, with that case, when did you get those items?
We received those on March the 30th, 2022.
And after you received those, did you submit them into the NIBIN system?
We did.
What did you get, if any, as any results?
On those particular 9mm cartridge cases, we came up with 4 potential leads to other cases in the system.
And when you get leads, do you yourself keep like an Excel spreadsheet of a NIBIN lead?
Yes, we have an Excel spreadsheet with the numbers of the total number of NIBIN leads that we have found at the lab to date.
Yes.
Now, Investigator Kilgore, did you ever have with the case number we just discussed, a NIBIN lead for a case, an APD case number ending in 00312?
Yes, we did.
And you see that whiteboard to your right shoulder?
Yes.
Is that top case number 2207-00312 one of the NIBIN leads?
Yes, it is.
And, Your Honor, subject to stipulation by the parties, this is related to the March 11, 2022 murder of Darius Ford and Christian McMiller. Now, Investigator Kilgore, did the 9mm cartridge cases that were tethered to the case we just discussed on March 11, 2022, did they ever have any connection to the second APD case number, that whiteboard beneath you, 220750015?
Yes, there was an additional lead to that case number also.
And so, essentially, those two case numbers and the second one that we just discussed pertaining to via stipulation, 2830 Waters Road, shell casings collected, the 9mm cases from those two incidents matched one another per your system.
Yes, there was a potential NIBIN lead between the three of those.
And as you have discussed to this jury before, once you got the NIBIN computer system match, did you conduct your own review of those images?
Yes, once the matches come back on the computer system, we review the images. We look to see if we see enough similarities between them to send them to the GBI lab for confirmation. And at that point, we do a report saying we have a NIBIN lead on it and disseminate it to detectives.
And what was the day that this initial NIBIN lead came to your attention?
Our print off from the day that we got these leads was April 7th, 2022.
I need to stop y'all for just a minute.
Yes, Your
There's a
Honor.
juror that really needs to use the restroom.
Understood, Your Honor.
And I don't know who it is, but how much longer do we have with this witness?
I have one more question.
Okay. Can 2 more minutes, or is it a right now situation? Go ahead. Thank you.
And Investigator Kilgore, after you did that match, did you transport those 9mm shell casings to the GBI?
Yes, they go to the GBI after that for confirmation.
Thank you, sir. No further questions by the state.
All right, we'll break for lunch. Let's plan for y'all to be back at 1, please.
All rise for the departure of the jury.
Yeah. All right, see y'all back at 1. You need to take a look at the proposed limiting instruction that kind of combines everything.
I've looked at it, Your Honor. It looks good to us.
Okay. Any comments from the state on it?
Your Honor, I was wondering one last time.
Sure, go ahead.
I didn't see any recommended edit or objections, I should say.
Okay. All right, if you want to take another look before I. And then on the couple of times where they're going to hear, I guess, the conversation with Mr. Garlington and somebody else, and you'll tell me when that's coming up. I'm planning to say you may consider only Mr. Garlington's words as evidence. You are not to consider the other speaker's statements against anyone or as substantive evidence in this trial on any count. Sound good?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, any other matters?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, is the jury ready? All right, we'll get out the jury. And you want to get your next witness headed this way?
Yes, Your Honor. And
This, yes.
It's almost like me and Mr. Sharp, he's discussing a very similar topic to our previous witness.
Okay.
So we have a stipulation about what case it pertains
Great.
to.
Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
That's it. Spell your first and last name into that microphone, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Tanner, MarkTanner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tanner.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jury where you are employed?
Currently employed at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, also known as the ATF, in Huntsville, Alabama.
What do you do for the ATF?
I am a firearms and tool marks examiner for the NIBIN program, which is the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. In Huntsville, Alabama, we have what's called the NNCTC. It's the NIBIN National Correlation and Training Center, and I'm a firearms examiner there.
Now, how long have you been with the ATF?
I've been there for about a year and a half now.
Where were you before the ATF?
I was employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation here in Atlanta, but prior to that.
What did you do for the GBI?
I was a firearms and tool marks examiner in the Division of Forensic Sciences.
And how many years were you with the GBI?
About 7.5 years.
Now, can you briefly describe for the jury the training and experience you've had related to firearms examining?
Yes, sir. So I have a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry from Armstrong State University. I then completed a 2-year training program at the GBI. This consisted of microscopic analysis of bullets and cartridge cases, as well as the ammunition components, so what are bullets and what are cartridge cases, firearms operation and safety, muzzle to target distance determination, so how far away a firearm was from a shooting. And then I also did tool mark analysis, whereas like pliers, bolt cutters, and such. And then I did analysis of serial number restorations. So if a serial number was scratched off, I would help restore those. And then after that initial 13 months, I then did a 7-month supervised casework period. During this time, I would work normal cases at the GBI under the direct supervision of a fully trained examiner. So I would create the reports, create the notes, and then a second examiner would go back and ensure everything was done properly. At the completion of that, towards the end of the 2 years, I did verification and peer review training. So verification is where we will examine other analysts' work and ensure that the findings are what they should be. And then peer review is ensuring that all policies and procedures are followed properly. And that concluded my 2 years, and I became an independent examiner where I worked normal cases.
Now, have you ever testified in court before?
I have.
And have you been qualified as an expert?
I have.
What were you qualified as an expert in?
Firearms examination.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender Mark Tanner as an expert in firearms examination.
All right, he is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I wanted to turn your attention to ask you if you ever had the opportunity to do some firearms examination for the DOFIS case number ending in 1001777.
Yes, I have.
And can you describe for the jury what you obtained for that case in terms of what were you examining?
So for the DOFS case number, or Division of Forensic Sciences case number, 2023-1001777, I received 5 cartridge cases. So that's actually cartridge cases that have been fired from a firearm. Most people call them spent shell casings. But they're actual cartridge cases that have been fired. I received 5 under that case number, and then I received others under different case numbers.
In total, did you have 4 separate case numbers?
I did.
And did what you receive, where did you get that from? What agency?
So there were 4 different cases submitted by the Atlanta Police Department, and they wanted me to do analysis of those cartridge cases.
Now, I wanted to ask you, you see that whiteboard over your right shoulder?
Yes.
Is the APD case number at the top ending in 00312 one of the agency case numbers that you examined?
Yes, it is.
And is the 0015 underneath that tethered to the 2830 Waters Road one of the incidents that you examined?
It is, yes.
And in total, did you receive 34 cartridge cases between 4 different cases?
50, 20.
If I did that math right.
34?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
And can you tell the jury, when you have a situation such as this with different cases and cartridge cases, when you do your analysis, does each cartridge case get compared with every other?
Yes. So whenever I have 34 cartridge cases, I'm going to examine all of those to each other to just ensure I'm being thorough through the evidence.
And was it Investigator Kilgore with the APD Crime Lab who reviewed these initially before you began your examination?
Yeah, it's my understanding that Investigator Kilgore did the NIBIN analysis of these cartridge cases.
And what ultimate conclusion did you reach specifically focused on the 2 case numbers on that whiteboard, the March 11th, 2022 ending in 312 and the March 16th, 2022 ending in 0015?
So the agency number ending in 312 from March 11th contained 8 9mm cartridge cases, and then the 0015 from March 16th that contained 5 9mm cartridge cases determined that all 13 of those were fired from the same firearm, and they are consistent with being fired from a Glock 9mm pistol.
Is there anything unique about a Glock when you analyze their cartridge cases?
Yes, sir. So Glock makes their firearms a very specific way. They've been doing it since they began. The hole that is punched out of the slide of the firearm where the firing pin protrudes through, it's called the aperture. It is rectangular in nature on these types of firearms, and the firing pin itself is in the shape of an elliptical shape. And they also have a very distinct ejector mark in the shape of what looks like a kidney.
I'm sorry, what was that in the shape of?
A kidney.
And can you briefly summarize for the jury what you did with these cartridge cases that is different than what the APD Crime Lab would have done?
So the Atlanta Police Department would have entered these cases onto the NIBIN program and then ran them through the system, correlating them against each other. And a lead was generated by Investigator Kilgore. He then submitted that to me because the lead is just presumptive. There's no finite conclusion to it. Whenever he submits that to the GBI for examination, I take the physical evidence, I place it on the comparison microscope, which is 2 simple microscopes joined by an optical bridge in the middle, so I can see them side by side at the same lighting and the same magnification. So whereas he's looking at the images on the computer, I take it a step further and look at the actual evidence under the microscope. I compare the pattern that is left by that firearm on each cartridge case, and I determine whether those patterns are the same or not. And if they are the same, they're indicated as being fired from the same firearm.
In the field of firearms identification, what is the national error rate in that field?
The error rate is currently sitting just under 1%, and that's based on federal studies by the FBI.
And just to conclude, the March 11, 2022 cartridge cases and the March 16, 2022 cartridge cases, from your determination, were fired from the same firearm?
Yes, sir, they are.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Tanner. No further questions from the state.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
They're trying to step up Antonio Sumlin to the stand.
Antonio Sumlin, ANTONIO SUMLIN.
And Mr. Sumlin, how old are you?
34.
Okay. And are you employed?
Not right now.
Where are you from?
Atlanta, Georgia.
And what part of Atlanta?
The Cleveland Avenue area.
Okay. And if you're gonna swing the shot, you speak in your mic. So, are you a little nervous?
A little.
A lot. Okay. Well, don't swing in your chair just so that the jurors can hear you. Okay. Did you say you're from the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes, ma'am.
And you just
Yes, ma'am.
And
You can move that mic and pull it closer to you if you want, or if that would help.
And what part of the Cleveland Avenue area were you raised?
I mean, like the Mount Zion area.
Okay. And do you have a nickname?
Yes.
What's your nickname?
Obama.
And how did you get the nickname
Oh.
Obama? How'd you get the nickname Obama?
Really, we was just playing around, growing up, and it just stuck with me. It just stuck.
As you were growing up in the Cleveland Avenue area, did you ever hear of a gang called Rock Crew?
Yes, I heard the Rock Crew.
Okay. And how did you know about Rock Crew?
I mean, it was just a little, it was popular where I was from, like where I was growing up at.
Were you part of Rock Crew?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know someone by the name of Quentin Porter?
Yes.
And did you also call him Boo or Big Boo?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you join or become affiliated with Rock Crew?
2006, 2007.
How old were you?
16, 17.
And at some point, did Rock Crew transition into YSL?
Some people stayed Rock Crew, some people went YSL.
Okay. What did you do?
I mean, both of them from the area, so, I mean, I never really picked a side. I really just...
Did you ultimately just claim both? I'm Rock Crew and I'm YSL.
I mean, yeah, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was the reason for the change between Rock Crew to YSL?
I really think, like, from my...
Sustained.
Do you know why there was a change from Rock Crew to YSL?
I don't recall, though, like 15 something years.
I didn't hear you.
I say I don't recall, they were like 15 something years ago.
Okay. Now, is YSL a gang?
Me personally, I never looked at it as a gang.
What did you look at it as?
I had a friend that when I came home from prison, he was successful, so I thought I was a part of something successful.
When did you go to prison?
2013.
Was YSL formed before you went to prison?
Yes, yes.
And the person that you're saying, a friend who was successful, who are you speaking of?
Mr. Williams.
Is that Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Now, you went to prison in 2013. Before going to prison, was he successful?
He had a buzz. I wouldn't say successful, but he most definitely had a buzz. Like, his name was getting out there.
And was YSL formed before he had the buzz?
I don't recall it. I don't know.
What does YSL stand for?
I mean, you can use it in any kind of way. You know, successful living, you know, stoner lifestyle, you know, slime life.
Before you went to prison, how were you using YSL?
2013. Before, when I went to prison, it was, you know, slime life, 2013.
And do you actually have YSL tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have Slime Life tattooed on your body?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413. Have you had opportunity to look at this before you came and testified today?
Yes, ma'am.
And did I show those to you earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And without saying what's in the picture, well, strike that. What are you looking at in those pictures?
Myself.
And does it appear to be yourself in all of those pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 408, 409, 410, 411, and 413 as evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
And Mr. Summer, I'm gonna take those back from you, and you can look either on the TV, on the screen in front of you or the screen behind you. These pictures are gonna come up on this. I'm gonna actually first start with 413. Looking at State's Exhibit 413, is this an Instagram post?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is your Instagram post _1 Obama?
Yes.
Okay. Where's this picture taken?
I think I was at a house on Brown Mill Road.
Okay. Where is that house at on Browns Mill Road?
Across the street from the golf course.
All right. And does that house have a particular name?
Yeah, we gave it a nickname, the Well.
Okay. And you said we gave it the nickname. Who is the we that gave it the nickname?
I can't. I just know we used to call it the Well. I can't particularly who made the name up.
Commissioner, approach again, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 426 and 427. Tell me if you recognize what's inside of 426 and 427.
Yes.
How do you recognize 426 and 427?
That's the living room,
Of where?
the house on Brown Mill.
Is that the living room of the web?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 426 and 427 into evidence.
They're admitted.
Now, Mr. Sumlin, I'm looking at State's Exhibit 408. Is that the YSL tattoo that we just talked about earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get that tattoo?
In prison.
Okay. And about what year did you get it?
Probably 14. I don't.
All right. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 409. And I'll zoom in, please. What is that tattoo of on your, and which arm is that?
My right arm.
Okay. And what is depicted on your right arm?
Slime life.
Okay. And is there a snake on top of Slime Life?
Yes.
What does that snake symbolize?
I said, got it. What you mean? What it symbolize?
Was the snake a symbol used by members of YSL?
Yes.
Okay. And when it says Slime Life, what does Slime Life mean?
Slime life. I just got it when I was in prison. I was hearing good things about. So I was just getting stuff really. That was so long ago. I was trying to put all that behind me.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 410 VV. And I'll zoom in a little. Thank you. What is depicted, and is this on your left arm?
Yes,
What's depicted on your left arm?
it's a street sign,
Okay. And what is your street sign?
Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Does that say Cleveland Avenue?
It say Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Why did you put Cleveland, not Cleveland?
Cause that's just like, around that time, that's the slang we were using. It was just some slang, we were just using it. I was just young and just getting tattooed.
And did you also get this tattoo while you were in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at State's Exhibit 411 VV, what is depicted in 411 VV?
It's a 5 with 5 stars.
And what was that? What did that symbolize? The 5 and the 5 stars.
Now, when I was younger, when I was younger, I was claiming blood. When I was younger, like 15, 2000. I had it before I went to prison, so they like 2010.
And you said when you were younger, around 2000, you claimed the bloods.
I claimed blood.
Okay. Was there specific blood set that you claimed?
No, I don't even think I was real blood. And I just know it came to Atlanta, and I was just saying I was a blood.
Okay. How many 5-point star tattoos do you have on your body?
On my body?
On your body.
I don't know how many on my body.
Do you have more than what's just depicted in this picture?
Yes.
Do you have some 5-point stars on like your stomach area?
Yes.
Do you have 5-point stars on your other arm?
Yes, ma'am. 5-point stars is really like fill-in work.
And was the 5-point stars significant to your affiliation with claiming the bloods?
Not all. I ain't gonna say all on. Some of them just really fill-in work just to make the tattoo look full.
What made you choose 5-point stars over something else?
I don't call.
Now, do you have any tattoos with Stoner Life?
Stoner Life?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
What about any tattoos with Successful Life?
The one on my chest can stand for all of them. It don't say none in particular.
Do you have anything similar to your Slime Life tattoo? Do you have anything similar like Successful Life spelled out?
No, ma'am.
Now, did there ever come a point in time where you would call yourself the original Slime, or a group of you all to be the original Slime?
Yes.
What does that mean to be original Slime?
Only thing I mean by original is day one before all this.
And we say day one before all this, what do you mean?
Like before, like day one back. I was just saying like before the fame and stuff.
And have you had the opportunity to view a video from your Instagram account where you talk about the original Slime?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 415 VV. Tell me if you recognize 415 VV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 415 VV?
I signed and dated her.
Is that the video that we watched?
Yes.
All right. And did that appear to be the post that you put on your page?
Yes.
Did there appear to be any more additions or deletions from the post that you put on your page?
What you mean addition?
Did it appear to have anything more than what you put on your page?
No.
Did it have anything less than what you put on your page?
No, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 415 VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
And before we play, what does the caption say on this IG post? God bless you.
Original slime shit.
And are there emojis?
Yes, it's heart, snake heart.
All right. And then who are some of the people that are tagged inside of the post?
Ocean Dry, Slim, say, No Snitching, Slime the Great, and Thugger Thugger.
Who is Ocean Drive Slim?
A friend of mine that was killed.
Okay. And is that Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
All right. And then No Snitching, is that who? Do you know who that is?
Nah, I forgot. That was 2017.
I can't hear you.
I think that was 2017. I don't remember.
Who is Slime the Great?
He in the video. He was also killed.
Okay. And then it's Thugger Thugger. Who is Thugger Thugger 1?
Mr. Will.
All right. Where is this video filmed?
On Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
In some apartments.
Where are the apartments?
I think we're behind the checkers.
And is that behind the checkers that's near I-75 in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
All right.
They already know. They already know YSL we dead and pale, bitch.
Murder gang, bitch.
Yeah.
Slick. Original. No cap. No cap. And we actually free. You know that. Niggas always original shit, bitch.
And is that Mr. Williams right there throwing up the YSL sign?
Yes.
And is Mr. McMiller in that video prior to his death?
You said prior to his death?
Yes, that him in the video.
Yes.
All right. Is that him kind of behind Mr. Williams, behind the Y and the YSL?
Yes.
All right. And are you the one video recording the video?
Yes.
The other young man who passed away, what was his name?
His name was Tay. I know his name was Tay.
Okay. And is he related at all to Quindarius Zare?
Yes.
How?
It's blood, brother.
Now, Mr. Williams, back in 2017, or even up to 2022, what did you call Mr. Williams?
Lil Joe.
Is that the only name that you referenced him by?
I might say slime sometimes. You use that like it's a universal word, like twin. Call everybody slime. I might say slime sometimes. I don't know, but I know how to say Lil Jeff.
What about Spider?
I ain't never called him Spider.
How long have you known Mr. Williams?
2007, 2008.
And did you all grow up together in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Did y'all go to school together?
I don't think we went to school together, but we grew up in the same area.
Okay. Yes or no, do you know Shannon Jackson, also known as Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
In number of years, how long have you known him?
I've been knowing Shannon 20, 25 years.
Yes or no, did you all grow up together?
I mean, off and on, like, you know, I knew Shannon way before Cleveland, the Cleveland Avenue area.
Yes or no, do you consider Shannon as a part of the original slime crew?
I can't, 2000, I can't say, like, before I went to prison, I was on house arrest for 15 months, so I don't know who was outside. I had to be in the house at 7 for 15 months. I didn't know who was outside with who. Then I went and did my 5 years. I can't say.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Sex Exhibit 414 BV. Do you recognize Sex Exhibit 414 BV?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize 414 BV?
It's a picture with me in it.
Do you recognize the people in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize the people in the picture?
Well, what was person who posted, it say Slime Bean Bean, and I see me and Mr. Stillwell and another guy.
And where did y'all take that picture?
It was at Cleveland Avenue Park.
And does that appear to look like the people that you know inside of that picture?
What you mean?
Do they look like the people that you know? The people that you took the picture with?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 414 BB into evidence.
Once we're done with it, I have no objection.
All right, it's admitted.
And while we're getting ready to publish that, do you know an individual by the name of Diamante Kendrick?
What's his nickname?
Yet Gotti.
Yes.
In a number of years, how long have you known Yet Gotti?
Probably about 3, 4 years, something like that, like 3, 2, 3.
Yes or no, or maybe, do you consider him a part of the original slime crew?
I mean, I think when I came home, he was signed to the label, so, I mean, talking about the original, like,
Whoever you define.
I remember, I can't remember from him being around back then.
Okay. Do you know Trontavia Stevens, Tick or Slug?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you known Tick?
15, 20 years, something like that.
And is he considered for you someone a part of the original slime crew?
Yes, he growed up with us.
Do you consider him or Mr. Williams one of the founders of YSL?
What you mean by found? Like,
Who decided to start YSL?
yeah, they wanted to, yeah, yes.
What about Walter Murphy or DK?
Yeah, DK was around too.
Would you consider yourself a founder?
A founder? I was around. I never looked at it like that. Like, I never looked at it like that. I just know we was just hanging together and we were young. I can't even remember that far.
And we talked about Christian McMillan, Darius Ford. Did you know Darius?
Yes,
And what was your relationship like with Darius?
a friend.
And how long have you known, when he was alive, how long did you know him?
I met him when I got out of prison. He died in 22, so like 4 or 5 years.
And then what about Demikion Garlington?
We just know each other through past.
Do you know an individual by the name of Cordarius Dorsey, or also known as Polo?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
I met Polo the day my mom died in prison. I was in prison, she passed away.
And when you left prison, did you maintain a relationship with him?
Yes, we talked.
How often would y'all talk?
I mean, when he called, I ain't talking to, not every day, but I'm saying we communicated.
Did y'all ever hang out?
Yeah, we hung out a couple times.
I want to take you back to April of 2022. Was Mr. Dorsey incarcerated in April of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Dorsey reach out to you in order to set up a robbery or a homicide?
He reached out the phone call thinking, me actually, I don't even remember the phone call, but
Let me ask, during that phone call, was he trying to set up a robbery of a person?
yes, I think he asked me something about it.
When you say you think he asked you something about it, what do you mean?
I mean, he asked me something about a robbery, but you know, I was just, like when you have people in that situation, sometimes you just tell them whatever you just tell them whatever just to.
What did he ask of you or tell you to do?
I think he asked me to go rob somebody.
And did he ask you to rob somebody with another individual?
I can't recall if it was another individual. I know where he had me like.
Did he ask you to put you in touch with a person by the name of Boule?
What you mean?
On that phone call, did he want you and Boule to go rob somebody?
I remember he wanted me. I don't even remember Boule even being on the phone. I don't even remember.
Did he give you some information for the person that he wanted you to rob?
Yes, he gave me information, but that's all it was. Like, I definitely did that. Like, when I hung up the phone, it was what it was. I never took the further step to do anything else. I never contacted or nothing.
Did he give you the phone number of the person?
Yes, he provided the phone number.
Did he discuss with you a plan on how to lure the victim to a location so that you could rob him?
I don't recall all that. I don't recall all that.
Did you agree to do it?
Yes, I agreed, but once I hung up the phone, it was over with. I was just having idle talk.
And as a part of the indictment in this case, did you plead to that charge?
Yes, I pled guilty.
Do you know someone by the name of Christian Eppinger?
Yes.
And what do you call Christian Eppinger?
Call him Big Briss.
Big what?
Big Briss.
Okay. How do you spell Briss?
You spell it Chris, but you just substitute the B, I guess.
You substitute the C for the B?
Yeah.
How long have you known Mr. Eppinger?
Including this year?
Including this year.
Probably about 3 years.
Are you older or younger than him?
Older.
Do you know about how much older you are?
No.
How did you meet him?
I met him, when he got out of prison, I met him. I don't know. We hanging in the same area, probably gambled together. I don't know.
And we say hanging in the same area. Was that the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How often would you see him in the Cleveland Avenue area?
I mean, whenever I decide to come outside, whenever he decided to come outside, I ain't just coming outside looking for nobody. Like, if I seen him, I probably seen him, and then you know what I'm saying?
Did you ever hang out with him?
Yeah, we probably hung out at the park.
Did he have your phone number?
Yes.
Did you have his phone number?
I don't know, you talking about, did he have my phone number when he was incarcerated?
When he was incarcerated and when he was not incarcerated, did he have your phone number?
He probably did have my phone number. He probably did.
Now, we talked about the web, and you said it was on Brownsmill Road across from the golf course?
Yes.
Okay. Who owned the web?
I don't know who owned the web.
Whose home was it?
What you mean, like who?
Whose childhood home was
Mr. William growed up in that house.
In 2021, did you spend time at that location?
Yes.
Who acquired it for you in 2021?
I think Mr. William had rented it for us.
And would people sell drugs outside of the web? Sell drugs at the web?
I mean, I sold drugs, but I don't know. Like, I don't know if nobody was selling drugs. Like, I can't say nobody was just selling drugs outside the web. Like, I wasn't even selling drugs at the web. Like, I go to the store, but like, he got that house for people who didn't have nowhere to go lay their heads, and like, you get what I'm saying? Like, if you get into it with your girl, you got somewhere to go. You want to have some extra company, you got somewhere to go.
Did he also provide the web so that you would stop selling drugs at the gas station?
From my understanding, He secured the spot so we can have somewhere safe to be, cause they kept shooting up our store.
Who kept shooting up the store?
I mean, I don't know who robbed y'all. Didn't never go get them.
So I'm gonna ask you again, did you sell drugs out of the web?
Like, I never really just sold drugs out of the well. I can honestly say it. Like, I never.
I didn't ask about you. I asked, well, did they sell drugs
You
out of?
actually just said you, so.
Oh,
You wanna ask a different
excuse
question?
me, did YSL members sell drugs out of the web?
I mean, they weren't doing business with me, Mills. I went in a bit. And I can't tell you what another grown man. I wasn't watching another grown man do. Like, there's just something I ain't into.
Do you remember taking a plea in December 2022 in this case?
Yes, I remember.
All right. And as a part of your plea agreement, do you remember going over certain factual acknowledgments?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to look at those factual acknowledgments prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's the Market 6 Exhibit 420 VV. Do you recognize 420 VV?
To the whole document? 20 VV, the whole document?
Yeah, you can flip through it to make sure it's the entirety of it.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's 420 VV, the plea agreement that you signed when you took a plea in this case.
Yes.
And does that appear to be the entire agreement with no additions or deletions?
Yes.
Looking at 420 VV, first I want to go to number 14. Here, the house on Browns Mill Road, is that referred to as the web?
I said it.
All right. Looking at number 13, does that say YSL members sold drugs from their home at 2539 Browns Mill Road, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you initial that right there?
I did.
And did you initial that as a factual acknowledgement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you again. Did YSL members sell drugs from their home?
Objection on as answer.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Like, even though just it wasn't just YSL member allowed there. Like, it just like what you saying? Have I ever seen somebody sell drugs out of the web?
I just asked, did YSL members sell drugs from the web?
Yes.
And I'm going to publish what we just admitted.
Read it. Oh, the pictures?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
426 BV. And 427 BV. Right. Is that the living room at the web?
Yes.
All right. And is that a security system inside that living room?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 427 BV. Is that the same, just a different angle of the web? Or the living room at the web?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you familiar with a home at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, I've been there before.
And whose home is that?
I mean, I don't know who spot it was. I know I used to go there and play the game and gamble and stuff.
Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known as Big Nick?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Do you know someone by the name of Nicholas Carter, also known? You said that you would go. You said that you would go there and play the game. What game are you talking about?
I'm gonna go play the PlayStation 5.
You said PlayStation 5?
Yes, yeah.
Did other YSL members congregate at 2830 Waters Road?
Like they just, like, yeah, I used to see some people like visit, some people come there, but there wasn't no YSL, like there wasn't no YSL like spot, like it wasn't no YSL spot.
Did members of YSL congregate at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes, we used to meet up before shows and before we go out and perform. Yes, yes, we don't.
Is 2830 Waters Road another location where drugs are sold out of?
Drawer probably was sold out of the drawer probably.
Drugs probably or drugs were?
Like, I mean, they probably were. Like, I'm not watching nobody. Like,
Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
I sold drugs out there.
Thank you for that. Did YSL members sell drugs out of 2830 Waters Road?
Yes.
Did YSL member keep guns at 2830 Waters Road?
I don't know nothing about no guns. I don't know nothing about no guns.
Permission to approach.
You may. Go ahead.
Yes.
The witness or me?
No, I wanted to approach the witness, but I thought you
Yes,
were asking
you may. No.
412 VV. I'm sure you must know Martin Stacy, 412 VV. Do you recognize 412 VV?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 412 VV?
It's a picture of me.
And is that a picture of you from your Instagram page?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 412 VV into evidence. Permission to publish.
May.
First, where is this picture taken?
Cleveland Avenue Park.
And the clothing that you're wearing, what is it? What does massa, does that say massa on your pants leg?
Yes.
What does that stand for?
I think Make America Slime Again.
And is that a snake on the right-hand side of the pants leg?
Like that, they're supposed to be a snake.
Okay. And then what is your caption?
Can't spell slime without me.
And then do you have a hashtag?
The Beast.
All right. Now, with YSL, does YSL gang have a rivalry with the YFN gang?
I mean, a couple guys from both sides probably have some personal issue, but like as in whole, I don't. They probably have some personal issues, but as in whole, I can't just say everybody got a problem with everybody. Like they probably got personal issue, whatever they got going on, they got going on.
I'll ask again, is YFN a rival gang to YSL?
I mean, we done been known to go back and forth, so like.
In that same factual acknowledgement, I'll show you again 420 BB. On page 2, what does number 3 say?
YFN is a rival gang to YSL.
And did you initial that with your initials on this
Yes.
document?
Yes.
All right. And did you also sign this document?
Yes.
All right. So, how long has the rivalry been in existence?
I was in prison.
So did it start when you were in prison?
Yes.
Do you know what year it started?
No.
How long were you in prison?
52 months.
So when did you get out?
2017.
Did the rivalry start before you got out of prison in 2017?
I mean, I hadn't heard some stuff, but I guess, yes. I don't know.
Do you know an individual by the name of YFN Lucci or Rayshawn Bennett?
Yes.
How were you familiar with him?
He's a rapper.
Do you know him outside of being a rapper?
Personally?
A person?
I said personally?
Yes.
No.
Back in February of 2022, specifically February 9th, 2022, were you aware of him being stabbed in a Fulton County jail?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Jaden Myrick?
No. Well, I heard about him when this case came about, but I don't know him. I don't know him at all.
I want to take you to February 22nd of 2022. Did you get a call from Christian Eppinger while he was in the Fulton County jail?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he reach out to you to get permission to harm Lucci, YFN Lucci?
Yes, he reached out to me.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to that jail call in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 418BB. Do you recognize 418BB?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I mean, you showed it to me earlier.
Is that the jail call?
I mean, you showed me 3 discs. I think, yeah, it say jail call.
Have you heard the jail call?
Yes, earlier.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit 418VV into evidence.
Already submitted without a question.
Permission to publish?
Oh, no! Oh, yeah, that's why these you call. Hold on. Oh, ah! Yo, what's up, nigga? What's up, nigga? What's going on? What the hell you got going on, my brother? Shit, just popped out. I had court today, bro. Goddamn, I been stressing, boy. I got a warrant with Ned, shout it. And goddamn, I went to court this morning. They ain't bring that shit up, so I'm back out now. I'm sending up some shit right now. Me, Ted, and Rose. Send some shit up. They got some bad. You know what I mean? As soon as that shit go through, I'm a blessed, bro. Seen about 500 now. How much them phones is? I'm in Rice Street, man. I know, nigga, they got a phone down there. Yeah, that shit upstairs, though. Oh, it's upstairs. What's going on? They got me on PC with the boy Luch. Oh, that's on PC? Yeah, hey, find out what I can get for that, bro. Huh? Man, find out what I can get for that, bro. Get for what? You know what I'm talking about. I know what you can get for. I just told you where I'm at. Okay, so what you need me to do? Find out what I can get, man. I just told you who I'm in the going with. Who you in the going with? Lucha, nigga. Oh, you in the going with him? Yeah. No, I'm finna make a call right now. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know when you gonna make the call back. Man, I call back anytime, bro. I've been trying to call you, bro. Bro, I know if one nigga gonna make sure nigga straight, bro, Obama gonna do it, bro. Obama gonna make sure nigga good. Man, yeah, you know that, but goddamn, I'm finna just put some, I'm finna put some in some folk ear and see, you know what I mean? What they gonna send to you? Goddamn, what you want? I need a lawyer, bro. I need a lawyer answer right. Yeah, you do, and that's a big fear right there. If you get that boy, so shit, I don't see nobody not fucking with you, bro. If you handle that business, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. I was trying to get dollar numbers so I can holler at Slime, man. I know I was gonna holler at him about that shit on the phone, but he's gonna catch a nigga drift just like you did caught my drift. I'm gonna pull up to the Yoda tonight. Bro. Boom, just pull it out. I'm gonna pull up to the Yoda tonight. That bitch ass supposed to be sending me something, bro. I'm gonna pull a shout to the side on some one-on-one shit and just ask him, shout. Hey, yeah, bro. And tell him my situation too, bro. I already know he done heard about it. You know I'm gonna tell him, bro. I got you, bro. Yeah. Who all right now? Shit, me, Ted, Rose, Chill. Look, hey, tell Rose, be on the phone. Who it is? That big bread line, man, nigga. Man, stop playing on me, boy. What's going on, boy? What's up, nigga? What you doing, man? You good? Yeah, just nigga trying to make it. I ain't complaining. I'm alive, nigga. I'm gonna get something for you. Give me like Monday. I got you. Yeah. What they going? I'm gonna get it too. If you can cash up to my baby mama. But goddamn, if you want to drop it off, it's my girl staying in Lakewood. Alright. Obama got the number? Yeah. All right, 'cause my phone dead. I'm gonna get my old bum. I got you. Hey, yeah, man. Just hold your head, nigga. You
Oh,
ain't
yeah,
seen
no,
nine.
I'm good. Huh?
You ain't talk nine.
Nah, they got me on PC with the op boy.
On PP.
Yeah, they got
Really?
they got me right here with Lucci.
No. Tell me give you something now.
Huh?
Tell me give you something now.
Man, I'm trying to holler at slime, man.
Yeah, you right. Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah. Yo.
Yeah, hey, Obama.
Yo.
Hey, yeah, though, man, just make sure you do that, though. I know you're going to make sure they're good, but I mean, goddamn. Cause,
I already know, bro. I already know the situation, bro. But
Yeah.
like if I busted some of these folks, you know what I mean, let you handle their business. If the folks want you to handle their business, then goddamn. Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Hey, when you get a chance, call me back, bro, so I can talk to you one-on-one. I got a lot of ears around.
All right, goddamn, yeah, that's so. Hey, who right there with the cash up, man?
One day they got cash up. I got cash up. I ain't got nothing on them right now, baby, bro.
Oh,
This your girl,
man.
no?
Yeah.
It's your girl, no? Tell her to lock me in. As soon as I get some on cash up, I see you some.
All right, so.
All right, bro.
Love y'all.
I love you back, bro.
And we'll stop playing at 11:18 into the call. My first one, do you know why Mr. Eppinger was in jail?
Allegedly.
Were you aware of a shooting of a police officer on Cleveland Avenue in February of 2022?
Yes, I heard about it.
And did you have any knowledge if Mr. Eppinger was a part of that shooting?
I know he was arrested for it.
Now, on that call, Mr. Eppinger reached out to you to get permission to stab Lucci?
I mean, yeah, he called me. Yes, he called me.
Do you know why he would have to call to get permission to stab Lucci?
I mean, that's another conversation I left where it was. I never took the next step to reach out to nobody to try to hurt nobody. I was just idle conversation. I was just talking to be talking. I didn't.
I understand. My question is though, do you know why he would have to get permission to go stab Lucci?
He ain't got to get permission. He a grown man. He can do what he want to do.
So why was he calling you to get permission?
Sustained.
When he was asking for permission, who did he want you to reach out to?
I don't know. I said I put something in the. I know. I just replied like I put something in a couple people's ears. So.
Who were the couple people's ears that you were going to put something into?
Nobody.
Okay. When he says that I've been trying to get Dolly so I could talk to Slime, who's Dolly?
Mr. William have a sister named Dolly.
Okay. And then who is Slime?
To my in the call, I guess he referring when he said. I guess he put Slime and Dolly in the same sentence, so I just assumed he was talking about Mr. Williams.
Going back to your plea agreement, did you tell us who Slime was in that call when you took your plea?
Can I see the plea?
Sure. 420 VV. I'm gonna direct you to page 3 of 6, and you can just read this to yourself first.
What number are we on?
We're gonna look at number 11.
They said it.
You said probably, I assume. I'm asking you, who was it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he said at first.
What did he say? I didn't hear it either. I think he said, like, I just told you that or something. Did you get it,
I
Madam
said I
Clerk?
just told you. I just told her who.
Did you say you assumed who it was, or was it slime?
I just, like, from the conversation, I just put 2 and 2 together. He put slime and Dolly in the same sentence, so I just figured he was talking about Mr. Williams. I never.
When you said you were gonna pull up to the yo, what were you referring to?
I was talking about the studio, but I was lying.
And when you were lying, what were you telling him you were gonna pull up to the studio and do?
I probably was saying to yo just to make him think that I was gonna pull up on Mr. Williams, but I never really gonna pull up on Mr. Williams. I never gonna go ask him that like that. I don't even know if they know each other, so I know I wasn't gonna go ask him that like that.
Did you tell him, or did he tell you that he just needed a lawyer for that?
Yes, he said that in the car.
And did you tell him that would be a big fee if you get that?
I was just talking, man. I was just.
Now, in that call, did you also say that Funk just pulled off?
Yes, I think I said that in the car.
Who is Funk?
Who is Funk?
Yes.
Funk.
Okay. And is Funk also Mr. Williams' brother?
Yes.
Now, back in 2022, when this phone call took place, was YSL having a beef with YFN?
What's YSL having a beef with YSL? I mean, I had a problem with them.
What was your problem with YFN?
They had them just killed my friend. I mean, I ain't saying they had whatever. I don't know who, but people were trolling like they killed one of my friends. So like, it's just something I took personal. I can't say how everybody else felt.
And are you referencing Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Now, do you know someone by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
And does he have a nickname?
LaWood.
And do you know someone by the name of Zay?
Zay?
Yes.
Yes.
And have you been in conversations with Zay about Woody being harmed in prison because of his status with YSL?
Yes, I heard the phone call earlier.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to that phone call?
Yes.
All right. Showing you what's been marked as 422 VV. Do you recognize your initials on 422 VV?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
I signed it.
And is that the call that we were just referencing with you and Zay?
Yes.
Around this time, the state would like to admit 422 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
And while that is getting loaded, were you arrested for the charges in this indictment, 22 SC 183-572?
Yes.
All right. And where were you arrested at? Not an address, but a location.
In the cab.
Was it a house, an apartment, or something else?
A house.
And when you were arrested, did the officers who came and arrest you, did they take pictures inside of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And did they find a bandana and a gun inside the house?
Yes, that's what they found.
Did they find the gun underneath a bed or a mattress in the room that you were staying in?
I mean, I had Jake came to the house, so yes, I guess they did.
And was that a picture of the bandana and the gun that was found when they arrested you?
Yes, but that's what they found. I'm wrong. I ain't wearing no bandana. I'm not having no bandana.
Was the bandana found in the room that you were in?
The room that they said I was sleeping in, yes.
Is that the bandana? Is that the gun that was found in the room that they say that you were sleeping in?
Yes.
You're at this time the state would like to admit 416 DV and 417 DV.
Is your admitted? All right, admitted.
Yo, gang. Yo. Well, I miss you, bitch. I been dog. I know. Listen, man. I just got a phone with the boy Woody, right? Yeah. Woody just caught me down the road, right? So boom, they did jump on me. They did that. But he was like, they tried to put him on the door and all that. But he said the gang task force came and talked to him and all that shit. So he thug right hand man. And long story short, he basing on some, bro, that YSL shit over with, bro. Nigga gotta start a whole new name. Like, that's how he coming at me, like, bro, that shit so fucking hot right now, bro. He like, bro, you gonna go to jail, bro. Niggas going to jail, bro. Them folks trying to lock nigga ass up, boy. This shit, see, niggas in jail know more than us because we on the street. Yeah. We freelancing. They know because them folks putting up on them folks. You feel what I'm saying? Sure. Man, right. Bro, nigga really gotta backstage this shit for a little bit, like, really not even, like, not I'm not giving up on game, period. It's just like, it's so much going on, this shit, bro. Like, bro, it's so much going on, bro. Like, yeah, it's a lot going on, that shit, boy. Yeah, I think they got to fall back. They got to kind of fall back because there's so much going on. Like, I talked to Woody. He called me because he was like, bro, vape, bro. About 3 niggas done pushed up on me talking about your name. Talking about, boy, I'm on the vape, Woody. Them folks pushing up on Woody. Them folks trying to get some screening down there about Saudi, you feel me? Because I heard you got jumped on, and I sent word down there, like, bro, y'all need to eat anything that's up, you feel me? Yeah. Some folks pushing up on Woody, so Woody finally called, like, hey, boy, you hell, boy. He like, boy, I'm proud of you, boy. I'm like, what? He was like, boy, hey, man, you standing on business, you feel me? So I go and tell him about you. I was like, man, Obama standing on business too, you feel me? He was like, oh, yeah, shout out one of the one. I'm like, yeah, that's my man, you feel me? Yeah. Yeah, though, but I was there telling how niggas put up, niggas ain't outside for real. He was like, man, he said, hey, bro, I know that, bro. He like, bro, niggas ain't, everybody ain't like that, bro. You give me the rundown, like, you know, Woody one of the niggas who I really just sit down and listen to, because Shout really smart. Yeah. Shout is very intelligent, like, and he knowing something like, he like, bro, that shit hot right now. They just chill, bro, like, Like, I know he's basically like, bad y'all nigga want to go do something, but you can't right now. He said it's impossible. He said it's impossible. He said, yeah, they gonna end up in jail. He said, because they watching. When you think they ain't watching, he said, they own nigga ass, bro. Yeah. So you got to chill, bro. Just tell Gang, don't tell Rose them to chill. You feel me? Tell Chad them to chill for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They tell nigga backstage, bro. Like, just chill and just lay low, you feel me? Until it's time, you know what I'm saying? It's time for everything. Yeah, nigga might need to lay low. Lead about end of June. Well, I'm finna say beginning of June, but shit, June about 30 days away. Yeah, June about 30, about a good 30 days. We'll be all right. About 2 months. I give it 2 months because when it be. That's why I said. I said I was finna say June, but June just 30 days. No, listen. I'm still coming around gang, though. I ain't there. Me too. I'm just finna go listen. I'm finna stop
Niggas
at
just
my
gotta move. Niggas just gotta move better, bro. And start posting just like miscellaneous stuff.
nigga gotta stop posting that YSL shit. Nigga can't
Yeah,
post
that
no
shit.
YSL and
Yeah, shit like that.
yeah, but nigga know what's up. Everybody know
Yeah,
what's
nigga
up.
know what's up.
I'm finna so I'm finna stop right here and grab this food stamp card, and I'm finna ride to my house. Then I'm gonna pull up on your spot, bro. I'm pull up on you today, bro.
All right, say no more.
All right, bro.
If you come straight here, bro, ID.
I'm bringing your ID today. That's why I just told you I'm finna go to the house and get your ID and come straight to you.
All right.
And did you ultimately take a plea in this case, Mr. Sumlin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 421 BV. You recognize Exhibit 421 BV?
Yes.
And is that a copy of your plea?
Copy of the indictment or my plea?
The indictment.
The copy of the indictment.
And do you see your?
Yes, my charge. Yes.
And your signature sheet.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would like to amend 421 BV as a self-authenticated document, but Mr. Sumlin has recognized 421 BV as a certified copy of his conviction.
All right.
And 22 SC 183572.
All right, it is admitted, and ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I want to remind you that you've now just heard evidence that Mr. Sumlin pled guilty to some charge or charges in this indictment. And I'm going to caution you that the co-defendant Sumlin's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal act or acts to which he pled. You're not to consider this defendant's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. And again, as I've told you before, each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of any of the charges with which either of these defendants is currently accused.
And I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Is there cross for this witness?
There is, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sumlin. My name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick. I believe you said earlier you know him as Yak Gotti, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to refer to him as Yak Gotti when I talk about him.
Yes.
Okay. There was some discussion earlier about a phone call between you and Polo, Mr. Dorsey. You remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And you were saying that you just kind of say, when someone asks you to do something about this particular issue, you just say yes, yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Why do you just say yes, yes, yes?
I mean,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I was just having idle conversation. Like, I never took the next step there.
So sometimes when you're having a phone call
Yes.
between someone in jail, someone not in the jail,
Yes.
you'll just say whatever, yes, 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 just to get off the phone. Is that right?
Yes.
Just to have idle conversation and move on.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about this plea that you took for a minute. That plea that you took, it required you to stay away from the other defendants in this case. You recall that?
Yes.
So you can't have contact with any other defendants that were in this same indictment as you, correct?
Correct.
Now, you're accused in this indictment of trying to harm Rayshawn Bennett, YFN Lucci, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're also accused of this indictment of trying to harm Harold Clements, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you required to stay away from them in this plea deal that you took?
I mean...
Or let me take that back. Would you be surprised, if I can have you look at it if you'd like, would you be surprised that you're not required to stay away from them?
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
Given that you took a plea deal and that you're accused of trying to harm those two individuals, were you surprised that they didn't require you to stay away from them?
Sustained.
All right, I've got no further questions for you.
All right, Mr. Shardy, questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Sumlin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We've never spoken before, have we?
Never.
Never?
Never.
Okay. Well, my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? And the first thing that interested me, you said that you have known Shannon for 20 to 25 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know you said you were born on Cleveland Avenue, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you move in your childhood?
No, I never had no brothers, so I went to school in the Thomasville and Four Seasons area with my cousin.
Okay. So you went to school in Thomasville and Four Seasons?
Yes, I went to Thomasville Elementary and I went to Price Elementary. I mean, Price Middle.
Okay. In Thomasville, that's it. Those are in the Thomasville Heights community, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's where you met Shannon?
Yes, sir.
Through going to school, and we're talking about elementary school, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
You met him in elementary school in the Thomasville Heights neighborhood, which is separate from Cleveland Avenue.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've known Shannon for some time.
Yes, sir.
Do you know Shannon's grandmother, Miss Betty?
No, I can't say I know his
Okay.
grandma.
Did you know him to be raised by his grandmother? Do you know that?
I didn't have personal. I never, we just see each other outside like little kids. Like I never asked him about.
Okay, fair enough. So you never been to his house, and he's
No,
never
I
been
know.
to your house or
No,
anything like
no.
that. You just knew him.
Yeah, I just know him.
Okay. Have you ever tried to rap?
Middle school.
Okay. And as growing up, as part of your friendship with Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Friendship with. Do you have a friendship with Mr. Kendrick? Is that fair to say?
I mean, we cordial. We speak.
Okay. Do you know other hip hop artists besides those two?
Somebody from the area or just
In Atlanta. Do you know Mooney Lee?
What's his real name?
Who-
I mean, what's his line? I mean, what's his?
Slime Life Shorty.
Yeah.
So, you know him as Slime Life Shorty?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been to studios before?
Yes.
Have you seen people making music?
Yes.
Do you follow music?
Yes.
Do you listen avidly to hip hop?
Yes.
Rap?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know about drill music?
Yes.
Okay. Is drill music present in Atlanta?
Now?
Yes.
Yes, right now. That's what I was saying. Now it is.
Now it is. It's popular in Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
Drill music is very violent.
Yes.
Common threads of drill music. Ops. People talk about ops a lot.
Yes.
And that's the opposition.
Yes.
Now, when I say people talk about ops a lot, I'm not talking about YSL or YFN. Okay, I'm talking about drill music throughout the country and throughout Atlanta and throughout the country.
Yes.
They all talk about ops, don't they?
Yes.
Okay, red lights. Red lights. Stopping at red lights.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a common theme of drill music?
Yes.
Throughout the country, not just in Atlanta.
Yes.
Not just YSL.
No.
Not just YFN.
No.
Okay. What about glizzies? What's a glizzy?
A gun.
A gun. Is that a common theme, a common term used in drill music?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Not just YSL.
No.
Not just Atlanta.
No.
Not just YFN.
No.
Okay. How many people that you grew up with, would you say very few or a whole lot want to become rappers?
A lot. A lot.
Okay. How many people actually make it to the point that they're making money?
Only a handful.
A very small percentage?
Yes.
Okay, but that doesn't stop people from trying, does it?
No, sir.
Okay, and when you've seen your friends, say Slime Life Shorty, you know Shannon the rap, don't you?
Yes.
You know him to try to make it.
Yes.
You know him to make songs that have ops in it, correct?
I mean, I know some of his songs. I can't just think
Okay,
about.
that's fair. I don't. If you don't know, you don't know. Okay, you know Shannon been trying to make it in rap.
Yes.
Going to the studio, working on his craft, promoting himself, correct?
Yes.
Putting songs on YouTube.
Yes.
Much like many other people that you've seen growing up. Okay. In your observation, all these people that are trying to make it for these very few spots at the top, is there a competition?
What you mean by that? Like, what you mean? Like, if somebody trying to be better than them?
Yeah.
That's I can say it's a competition.
In these songs, is there a competition about who's the baddest, the
Yes.
toughest, the most violent?
Yes.
Who does the most on the street?
Yes.
Who's to be feared?
Yes.
Who has the biggest guns?
Yes.
Who's got the most bodies? You've heard that in songs, right?
Yes.
Okay, not just in Atlanta.
Worldwide.
not just- worldwide. Even in London, right?
Okay, I can't.
Okay. You're not familiar with drill music in London? Okay. All right. So these are common themes, and that's part of the competition, is what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've witnessed that firsthand?
Yes.
With people you grew up with?
Yes, sir.
Okay. From observing the people that you grew up with make these boasts in their songs, are those boasts, the things that people claim they did, are those always true to your knowledge?
Sustained.
If people killed as much as they claim they do in songs, would the streets of Atlanta, the streets of this world, just be depleting of population at this point? Would there be dead bodies everywhere if everyone was really doing what they were saying?
Sustained.
I'll move on. Let's talk about your involvement in this case, Mr. Sumlin. You're out, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're happy to be out?
Yes.
Okay. For you. Originally, you were charged with 2 conspiracies, one to murder Harold Clements with Cordarius Dorsey, one to murder, to murder Rashawn Bennett, and you're allegedly conspired with Christian Eppinger, and then you're charged with gang activity based on the conspiracy with Christian Eppinger, and you were charged with conspiracy, I already said it, to commit murder with Mr. Dorsey, and in the RICO case, the
Yes.
RICO count. I was very inartful there, but it's 4 counts, RICO, 2 conspiracies, and a gang count, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember what day you were arrested on this case, on this indictment?
May the 11th.
Okay. On May 11th of 2022. Okay, May 11, 2022. And that's when they came to the house and took those pictures?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you were able to, you were represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you and your attorney moved for bond?
Yes.
All right? And bond is when, after you're arrested, you're able to pay money and be released while the case is pending, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you moved for bond, the bond hearing was heard by Judge Glanville, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And at that bond hearing, the prosecutors were at their table, correct?
Yes.
And at that bond hearing,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning being relevant to the bond
I'm inclined to sustain that. If you want to approach and discuss
I can
this, we can
approach.
do that. Why don't we take our afternoon break anyway? And Mr. Sumlin, you are free to step out if you want to.
All right, for jury.
Oh, maybe, we'll see what we can do.
is this? It's just here. Okay.
John, actually do it at the bench or just do it here now that the jury's up? Go ahead.
So, Your Honor, I believe this is relevant because when this gentleman,
Kind of let me know where you're intending to go with it.
I'm going into his plea when he pled to an agreed probationary sentence only after he signed the state's factual acknowledgments.
What's that have to do with bond?
Well, because the state is fighting against bond. He's not given bond. He's stuck in jail. Those are all factors, being stuck in jail, not
Okay.
given bond, are
I
all
mean,
factors.
If you want to just ask, was bond denied? And
Well,
I would say, yep, I was stuck in jail, that's fine.
I appreciate that, and I will ask that if the court limits me. What I'd like to ask is about the state objecting to bond, because I think that is relevant, because on one hand, they're saying, this guy is a danger, do not let him out, and then as soon as he signs the form that they wrote, then release him on probation. And I think that's relevant, and right now, I think it's relevant for the jurors to know that they have this document in front of him, and it might explain his demeanor, it might explain.
Okay, so, I mean, are you going to ask, did the state oppose bond? Yes, they did, and you ultimately, bond got denied. You had to stay in jail. Is that the gist of it? I mean, we're not going to go into a whole lot of, they said this.
No.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Need any clarification or want to voice any other objections?
Your Honor, the state still believes that it's hearsay what happened at this bond hearing and effectively opposed bond, but we understand the court's instruction.
Okay, all right. We'll take our break as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sumlin, a couple more questions. On direct, you talked, I think we played one of the phone calls, and you talked about those phone calls you had with Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Eppinger. Okay. Okay. Let's talk about the phone call with Mr. Dorsey first. How long have you known Mr. Dorsey? Since 2017.
The day my mom passed, February 15.
Of 2017.
Yes.
Sir? Of 2017?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And you and Mr. Dorsey were in custody on that day when
Yes,
you
sir.
met him, correct?
Yes, it was in prison.
So that call, Mr. Dorsey called you. You did not call Mr. Dorsey.
Right.
And Mr. Dorsey was in jail and you were not in jail.
Right.
Okay. And he called you about bringing some harm to a person named Mr. Harold Clements. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any problem with Harold Clements?
I didn't even know Harold Clemens.
Could you speak up just?
I didn't even know Harold Clemens.
Okay. And did you said that Mr. Dorsey gave you some instructions?
Right.
And is it fair to say, is this fair recapping your testimony that you hung up the phone and moved on with your life?
Right.
Okay, you did not act on what Mr. Dorsey was asking you to do.
Right.
Okay. And then you had another call from Mr. Eppinger.
Right.
Mr. Eppinger was calling about, the state was saying permission. Wasn't Mr. Eppinger really looking for payment? Isn't that what it was? It wasn't permission, it was payment.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Eppinger, and I know you said alleged, we'll say alleged, but he was accused of doing something really crazy and idiotic. He was accused of shooting an officer
Yes.
who was trying to arrest him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of, and this officer, to your knowledge, if you know, this officer was trying to arrest him on a separate warrant, and that's when Mr. Eppinger shot the officer.
I think that was the situation.
Okay. And then Mr. Eppinger, after shooting the officer, ran away from the officer. So to at least prolong before he got arrested.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of anyone in this case, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, anyone on the indictment other than Mr. Eppinger? Did you ever hear of anyone encouraging Mr. Eppinger to shoot that officer?
No, sir.
So Mr. Eppinger calls you, and he's in jail now for shooting the officer and for the case that the officer was trying to arrest him for, correct?
Yes.
And then he starts asking you how much money he could get because he needed to hire a lawyer.
Yes.
Is that what he said to you?
Yes, I think he said. I think he said it in the call.
Okay, and from the call, he told you that he was locked up with Lucci, right?
Yes.
And at first, when he gave you that information, you didn't even put two and two together why he was even telling you that.
No. No.
Okay. In fact, you said, find out what I can get, and then you said, for what? Was that on the call?
Yes.
And then you asked him, what do you need me to do?
Right.
The truth is, you looked at Mr. Eppinger as like a child that got himself into a very bad situation.
Correct.
His own doing.
His own doing.
And you hung up that phone and you didn't act on it anymore.
No.
Okay. So, on December 22nd of 2022, you pled guilty.
Yes.
Okay. And before pleading guilty, you were still in jail. You pled guilty from jail, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. The plea took place in the courthouse, but you were brought over from the jail. You were not free on December 22nd of 2022, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And part of pleading guilty to what you pled guilty to was a condition was you had to sign this form, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you did not write this form.
No, sir.
You were given an opportunity. Were you given an opportunity to review this form with your lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you did not write this form.
No, sir.
And the letterhead on it is the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
After agreeing to what was written on this form and entering your guilty plea on December 22nd, 2022, you were allowed to go home, correct?
I went to Clayton County.
Oh, you had a hold in Clayton County. You were released on this case, and
Right.
then you were transferred to Clayton County.
Yes.
And then since you've resolved your situation in Clayton County.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Ms. Weinstein, anything? Redirect? Okay.
I think so on direct examination that there were people claiming to have killed your friends, Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, I said they were trolling on Instagram.
Trolling. Do you know if Lucci was affiliated with the people who were trolling on Instagram?
My personal knowledge, no. My personal knowledge, like when you ask that, what you mean? Like what you?
The individuals who were trolling, were they associated with YFN?
Yes.
And is Lucci associated with YFN?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the term dry snitching?
Dry snitch. Yeah, I heard it.
How have you heard that term?
I mean, I heard the term before. I can't explain how I heard it. I can't.
What is your understanding of what the term means?
I can't say what dry. I heard the term before, but I can't just say what it means.
Okay. Back in 2022, after you were arrested on this case, did you learn that your phone number, there was a search warrant for your phone number and there was a wire on your phone, a wiretap on your phone number?
Yes, man, I learned that yes.
And at the time, did your phone number end in 8711?
Probably did.
Court's indulgence. Nothing further, Ron.
Sir, you were just asked about people trolling on Instagram after the Christian McMillan, Darius Ford double homicide.
Right.
Okay. And that was in March of 2022, correct?
Yes, I was locked up.
All right. The truth is, there were a whole lot of people trolling about that death, correct?
Right.
There was a whole lot of people claiming responsibility for Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford's bodies, correct?
Yes, sir, it were.
People from YFN were on Instagram claiming their bodies, claiming responsibility, correct?
Yes.
People from PFK were on Instagram claiming responsibility for those same killings, correct?
Yes.
Members of the Henchmen
Yes.
Henchman is another rap collective
Yes,
on the
sir.
east side of Atlanta, correct?
Yes, sir.
People that were members of the Henchmen were also claiming responsibility for Mr. McMillan's and Mr. Ford's deaths, correct?
Yeah, it was a lot of people trolling about their death.
Okay, so there was at least 3 different groups and multiple people within these groups who were all claiming responsibility for the same deaths, correct?
Yes.
And they were doing it publicly, right?
Yes.
So the world could see.
Yes.
And all 3 of these groups are involved with rap music, correct?
Yes.
With drill music,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Sumlin, you are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Gerald Walsh to the stand.
Gerald Walsh, Gerald, Walsh, Walsh.
Good afternoon. How are you doing, Mr. Walsh?
I'm doing well.
Can you tell the jury where you currently are employed?
The Department of Defense, Cyber Crime Center, DC3, as a technical instructor.
And how long have you done that?
Since September, mid-September.
Of last year?
This year.
This year? So where did you work before then?
Here at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And how long did you work with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Over 7 years.
Now, can you describe for the jury, before you left, what was your last position?
I was Assistant Chief Investigator over the Technology Unit.
And in a general sense, can you briefly summarize what would be some of your duties and responsibilities?
Digital forensics, meaning that I sought to obtain digital evidence off of different devices so that they could be used for the prosecution of crimes that occurred. And then also I was a wire room administrator, which we're going to get more into.
Because you just brought it up, can you explain what is a wire room administrator?
So a wire room administrator just makes sure that, you know, the wire room is where we do a lawful interception of a communication. And in that wire room, we have to have everything set up, all the computers set up correctly, all the users set up to use the software, the collection software, and just all these different things. Kind of like IT, but more specialized for that law enforcement purpose.
And let me ask you this, is part of, or did you have some involvement with wiretaps related to this case?
Yes, I did.
And is that what you're here to testify about?
Yes.
Now, before working in the DA's office, what was your law enforcement background?
I started my law enforcement career in 1990 with the Leon County Sheriff's Department, Tallahassee, Florida. Then I went on to the Seminole Department of Law Enforcement at the Hollywood Indian Reservation. I was a tribal police officer in Hollywood, Florida, and covered 6 reservations in Central and South Florida. Then went to West Virginia State Police, where I left there as a trooper first class after over 7 years. And then I came down here to Alpharetta Police Department, where I was a patrol officer, and went back to West Virginia. All these moves had to do with different family reasons. I know there's a lot of them, kind of nomadic. At any rate, in West Virginia, I was with the West Virginia Medicaid Fraud Control Unit as an investigator and initiated a digital forensics unit there after completing a degree in computer forensics from Marshall University when I was living there. And then came back down here to the DA's office.
Now, I wanted to ask you about, in general, can you describe for this jury a wiretap and what that involves?
So a wiretap is a lawful intercept of communications. And when I say lawful intercept, I mean it's a really big deal and should be the last kind of enforcement action that any agency would take. And you have to go in and explaining that in any kind of lawful intercept and explain the circumstances that got you there.
Your Honor, I can ask a couple other questions.
All right, go ahead.
So, can you describe when a wiretap comes up, are you able to get voice calls that are made?
Yes.
Are you able to get text messages?
Yes.
Are you able, in some circumstances, to, or let me ask you this, with calls and messages, do you know the date and time the call's made?
Yes.
Do you know the number that is receiving or making the calls?
Yes.
Do you know if it's outgoing or ingoing, or incoming, excuse me?
Yes.
Now, and let me ask you this, what was your title or position as it relates to the wiretaps in this case?
Technical case agent.
And can you describe for the jury what wiretaps were obtained in this case in terms of who was the subject of the wiretap or the phone number that was?
I believe it was D'Amico Garlington and I remember the last name, Sumlin.
D'Amico Garlington and Antonio Sumlin, does that?
Yes.
Now, and when you had this up, is there a secure location where the wiretap, when it's live, so to speak?
Yes, it's always done in a secure location that is not made public due to operational security reasons.
And is there a process called minimization that you can explain to the jury?
Yes, so every wiretap court order involves minimization rules that are administered by one of the assistant or deputy district attorneys within the district attorney's office that monitors the lawful interception. And these rules are given to anybody that's involved in monitoring the wiretap and really anybody that's connected to that particular investigation. But it's usually a short list of people, meaning that it's not discussed what's going on with anyone else and any of the agencies involved.
And let me ask you this, without getting into specifics, is there occasions where a wiretap call, the sound would go in or out in terms of that call would be minimized?
Yes, so a minimization rule, which can be different for each case depending on whatever the rules call for, but as a standard rule, whenever you listen to a particular target phone call, if you're looking for information about a particular crime or subject and that is not happening, then after a period of time you must minimize that call, meaning that you stop the recording, and when you stop the recording as a monitor, you cannot hear anything that is being said on that particular phone call. And there's no way to go back later and get that. Once you turn it off, it's off. You can't hear it, make any record of it. It's non-recoverable.
So with some of the wiretaps that you did, in this case, if a call's being played and it all of a sudden just cuts to what appears to be a different part of the conversation, could that be a possible minimization in that call?
Yes, and yes.
Now, I wanted to show you, and Your Honor, I'm not going to publish these documents, but for efficiency's sake, I'm going to utilize these, and I can show Mr. Sharp quite briefly. I was going to, let me ask you this, Mr. Walsh. Would some of the paperwork that you filled out and submitted to the various cell phone providers for these wiretaps, does that contain some data that's helpful in terms of phone numbers or dates as it pertains to the wiretaps you were involved with?
Yes.
And would looking at those documents help aid in testifying about phone numbers and data that you may not have on your memory as you sit here today?
To refresh my memory, yes.
Your Honor, I am going to approach the witness, and I will mark these before we conclude the day.
All right.
One brief moment, Mr. Walsh. Now, in this specific case, was there in total, or let me ask you this, looking at those documents, if they would refresh your memory, can you say the last 4 of the phone number associated with Mr. Sumlin that you had mentioned a wiretap for?
I believe it was 7355.
Well, I'll ask you about for Demekion Garlington, did you ever have 2 numbers or 2 wiretaps that had to get obtained?
Yes.
Can you explain that briefly to the jury, how that came about?
So if communication on one line stops for whatever reason, if someone stops paying a phone bill or turns off the phone and stops using it and communication ceases, then the inference is that target may be using a different phone number. So if you find that other phone number out, then you can, with the same probable cause, go up on that different phone number.
Understood. Now, with looking at, and did that end up happening in this case?
That did end up happening on this case. And I will say for the record, when I'm looking at these are face sheets that have a lot of data on them, and they talk about target numbers and types of data that are going to the carriers themselves so that they can use them for programming the back end of the connection, so to speak. So it doesn't necessarily say this number goes with this person. It's more about the technical data on these face sheets.
Is there a phone number that ends in 7355?
Yes.
And is there one of those documents a phone number that ends in 8711?
Yes.
And is there, was there initially one of those documents that ends in 3244?
Correct.
And let me ask you, before testifying here today, were you able to review a medium, bless you, ma'am, blessed to review a medium that has some of the data from these wiretaps?
Yes.
And is, once the wiretap is complete, is someone, for example, defense counsel, a prosecutor, law enforcement, whoever, that after something's complete, are they able to tell the date and the time of the call and listen to the calls that are not minimized?
Yes.
And does this medium contain that data, so to speak, that someone could use to review a wiretap after it's complete?
Correct.
And it pertains to the wiretaps that were conducted for Mr. Garlington and Mr. Sumlin?
Correct.
And were you able to mark that medium after you reviewed it? I'm approaching the witness with what's marked as 437 Victor Victor. And is that a USB drive, Mr. Walsh?
Yes,
And is that the USB drive that you initialed?
it is.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the wiretap information for Mr. Sumlin and Mr. Garlington that you obtained?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender or move to admit 437 Victor Victor at this time.
It's admitted.
Your Honor, before we admit it, could it be conditionally admitted? I'm just reiterating the prior objections and prior litigation that has already occurred regarding this, as well as conditionally subject to the litigation regarding the contents of that.
I'm not sure I follow you on the
problem.
conditional admission. Everything we've litigated, any objection you have that was overruled is reserved.
Okay.
Do you mean something beyond that?
No, that's
Okay.
what I'm hoping to do. Thank you.
That they are admitted over objection, your objections are reserved.
And let me ask you, Mr. Walsh, in general, was the beginning of these wiretaps in March of 2022?
Yes.
And was the ending of these wiretaps sometime in early May 2022?
Yes.
And were both of these wiretaps active at the same time, so to speak, in that window of time?
They were.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Do you know when you worked this wiretap, did Investigator Viverito have any role or assigned title as related to this?
Yes, she was the case agent, which is different from the technical case agent.
And in a brief nutshell, what would your role be as the technical case agent?
As a technical case agent, my job was to get the connections made in between the cell carriers, the intermediary computer company that would control the collection data and servers, and connect it with the server in the wire room.
And would in general, the case agent for wiretaps, what in general is their main role or function in this process?
Their job is to review all of the collections and to make sure that the minimization rules are followed, and or if they need to be changed for whatever reason.
Mr. Walsh, no further questions, Your Honor, from the state.
Any cross? All right, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Special Agent Burney to the stand.
He's a return witness, right? Is he a returning? Okay, that's right. Good afternoon, Mr. Burney, or Special Agent Burney. I'm sorry. I'll just remind you that you're still under oath. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome back, Agent Burney. How are you doing?
Good, good, thanks.
Now, when you had testified last, you mentioned that you did multiple plotting as related to this case. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, did you ever plot cell phone records related to or cell tower location related to the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Drinks?
I did.
Now, I wanted to ask you, as it relates to that, did you generate a report as you completed the last time you testified?
I did.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what is marked as State's Exhibit 395, Victor Victor, and ask you if you recognize it.
I do.
And is that the report you generated for this case?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 395 Victor Victor. Now, how did you initially?
Hang on.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe there may be some extraneous.
Okay.
May I just see in full what you're seeking? Okay. Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
All right, admitted.
I'm going to use this center podium, Agent Burney. I tried to make it work over there, but I got a lot of documents. So I wanted to ask you, did you get cell phone records for how many cell phone records did you review for the March 14th, 2022 murder of Shamel Drinks?
5 separate numbers.
Now, when you got involved with this, were those 5 separate cell phone records provided to you?
They were.
Now, I want to, in Your Honor, this is pursuant to the certified business record exception. This is 391 through 394, Victor, Victor, Alpha, and Bravo. And the Alpha is the business record cert, and the Bravo is the subscriber information. And then there's DISC with the CDR records for these.
All right, so is it VV and then VVA and VVB for each of those numbers?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. So there will be 3.
Right.
There will
For
be,
each? I
yes, Your Honor.
understand. Okay, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Agent Burney, I'm going to hand you, or put up here what has just been admitted and ask you a couple questions about it. I am going to publish 391 Victor, Victor, Bravo, and while that comes up, Agent Burney, did you have some cell phone records related to Shannon Jackson?
I did.
And did you have more than one phone number that was associated with Shannon Jackson that you analyzed?
That's correct.
Were they both Verizon cell phones?
They were.
And was the last 4 of one of them 8694?
It was.
And was the last 4 of another one 1103?
It was.
Now, I'm going to zoom in on this document and ask you a couple questions. Do you see this search and start date and search end date in the Excel spreadsheet before us?
I do.
What is that time frame pertain to in these Verizon records?
Yeah, that is the search start and end date is when the records were reviewed for the information.
And is this top column the phone number ending in 1103?
It is.
And is the second column the phone number ending in 8694?
It is.
Now, scrolling to the right, I wanted to ask you about, as we keep going a little bit further, at the top when it says, please forward to reseller track phone. Previously, you had testified about a track phone. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what this column indicates with that data?
Yeah, that just means that track phone was the provider that was actually collecting the bill. But track phone doesn't have its own cell phone network. They use or rent another network. And in this case, in the Atlanta area, that's going to be Verizon. So if you go buy a track phone from Walmart or wherever, Target, you buy a track phone and activate it, it's actually running on Verizon's network.
And if we scroll a little bit more to the right, you will see we'll keep going a little bit further. Where it says disconnect type. And I'm going to expand that alpha column because sometimes Excel won't show it, and ask you, what does that MTN effective date mean?
That's the mobile number effective date, meaning that that phone number for the top row, which I believe was the 1103 number, the subscription or service for that number started on March 15th of 2022. So the effective date is when the service started for each of those numbers.
And I'm going to ask or see if it's up there, Agent Bernie. Do you see a laser pointer that looks like a mini flashlight by chance?
No. I was about- I do not.
Thank you. So that is a laser pointer. It's color green. So can you use that to help orient the jury when we're talking about some of these items, if you don't mind, sir? So the top one is the Verizon cell phone associated with Shannon Jackson that ends in 1103. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the effective date of that cell phone?
You can see the effective date here is listed as March 15th of 2022.
And the phone number beneath it is the 8694 number?
Yes, sir.
And what is the effective date of that phone?
You can see the effective date listed here as March 7th of 2022.
So if you plotted any records related to these on the March 14th, you would only have data available to plot related to the 8694 number.
That's correct.
And then finally at that type, what does that column, which is XL Alpha Charlie, reseller and prepaid, indicate?
Yeah, that last column here just shows, hey, that this is a reseller number, meaning the person who is actually paid the bill is track phone, as we saw previously. And then the second number is actually a prepaid Verizon number. So Verizon's collecting the bill, but it's prepaid, meaning through like minutes or through cards that you would put on there to resupply your minutes and those kinds of things. It's not what we would call postpaid account, which is every month someone pays the bill on a credit card or out of a debit card.
Now, Agent Birdie, what's going to populate for yourself and the jury, I'm going to publish 392 Victor Victor Bravo, and you may be able to get a jump start with the hard copy there before you. And I'm going to ask you a couple questions. And while this comes up, was the number ending in 0027 one of the numbers that you plotted?
It was.
And was that number associated with a Quarmavius Nichols?
It was.
Now, as this comes up, was the phone number associated with Mr. Nichols, what was the provider? Was it Verizon, AT&T?
T-Mobile.
T-Mobile. And who requested the records for Mr. Nichols' phone?
Those were done previous to me coming in, so probably Atlanta Police Department.
Now, the requester from these records.
I do.
And we're going to zoom in a little bit. Who is the requesting party?
Yeah, you can see it listed right there. It says Alfred Hogan.
And what was the date that they were provided on?
You can see the date listed there is March 22nd of 2022.
And what was the subscriber name on these records?
Yeah, subscriber name listed down here is Oya China.
And not the full address, but just was the subscriber address a 50 Mount Zion Road?
It is.
I am going to publish 393 Victor Victor Bravo. Was there a phone number ending in 7355 associated with Demikion Garlington that you reviewed?
There was.
Was that also a T-Mobile phone?
It is.
And as that's coming up, 393 Victor Victor Bravo, what was the activation date on that 7355 number with Mr. Garlington or associated with Mr. Garlington?
It looks like in the records here, I'll pull these up. Were you asking the effective date of the account?
Correct.
Okay. Was March 2nd of 2022.
And when was that account associated with Mr. Garlington canceled?
December 1st of 2022.
And was this a prepaid account?
It is.
So is there no, at least within the records, associated name or address?
Correct. If you scroll down some more, you'll see that it says prepaid unlimited account with T-Mobile. It's right there, listed right there. So no subscriber information is required if you do a prepaid card.
So I wanted to, thus far, we have 2 Verizon numbers associated with Mr. Shannon Jackson, a T-Mobile that is associated with Mr. Nichols and Mr. Garlington. Was there one last phone record that you were requested to review?
There was.
What was the last 4 of that number?
8940.
And was that associated with a Miles Farley?
It was.
Now, I'm going to publish 394 Victor Victor Bravo, and while that's coming up, I wanted to ask you who the subscriber name on that 8940 number was.
Yeah, you can see it on this report listed right here. Billing address and billing name is Miles Farley.
Now, I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as 395 Victor Victor, which is your report. And I'm going to specifically publish slide 7. And it should come up here on the screen in a few moments. And as it relates to the phone records that you plotted for March 14th, were you requested or asked to focus on around the time of 10 p.m.?
I was.
Now, just zooming in briefly, are these the numbers and phone numbers that we just discussed that you analyzed related to this case?
They are.
Now, one brief moment, Agent Berner. Now, just can you give the jury a brief refresher? We're going to publish page 6 to orient them to the data that they will be seeing in these slides.
Yeah, so if, in my previous testimony, I talked about, how a cell phone works. And in the records, we can see the cell phone tower and the sector that's used for each, call, text, or data session, depending upon the records that were obtained. And then for each tower shown, there's going to be a box. It looks like this. We call it like a call-out box. And that box contains information relevant and information obtained from the call detail records. The old school phone bill, right, that had who we called, what date and time, duration, but also the cell phone towers and sectors or side of the towers that were used. So on this call-out box, again, it has the unique cell phone number and sector, has the date that we're looking at the records. It'll have the phone number whose records we're looking at. In this case, it's the blue number ending in 8905. And then again, a time period will be in local time. And then it'll say the type of activity, whether it was an outgoing or incoming call. And then this number right here is going to be the number of degrees out of 360 degrees that the middle of this sector is pointing. So in this specific example, this sector points toward 122 degrees, which is south and east. And then the last phone number listed there is the other side of the call, whoever, in this case, placed an incoming call to our number.
Now, I'm going to publish slide 8. And again, is this orient the jury to 10 p.m. on March 14th, 2022?
It does.
All right. Now, I'm going to publish slide 9 and ask you, is this the 8694 associated with Shannon Jackson?
It is.
And can you orient the jury? Is this just capture a single call on March 14th, 2022?
It does, and we see that, again, it's on March 14th. We see the time period at the top. Again, the phone number whose activity is mapped will be on the left-hand side. It says that here. On the right side will be any key locations. And then also one thing to remember is each of these red dots on here are other towers. So in this case, these are all other Verizon cell phone towers. So here we can see at 316, the red phone used this tower, specifically this sector, again, putting that device in this general area here.
And do you see the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport on this map?
I do.
And can you just, is it to the right, northeast, so to speak, of that tower?
Yep, it's located right here.
And the time of this call is 3:16 p.m. on March 14th, 2022?
It is.
Now, I'm going to move to slide 12, or excuse me, slide 10. Is this from the time frame of 9:40 p.m. to 10:20 p.m.?
It is.
And we're going to zoom in a little bit, but that red CS icon, can you describe for the jury what that address is?
Yeah, we see the address listed up here. It's 400 Windsor Street Southwest in Atlanta.
We're going to go back one slide. And what is the first call that you see on this slide?
Yeah, so again, the first call we see is at 9:50, and we see that listed here, 9:50 p.m. And we see the tower and the sector, again, that was used by this device.
Now, is the 9:50 call in the vicinity of the crime scene? The tower location, I should say.
It is. Both the 9:50 and the subsequent call at 9:57 both use the tower that's closest to the crime scene and the sector that would cover the crime scene, as we can see here.
Now, after that 9:57 call on March 14th, When is the next call?
So after the 957, again, that uses this tower and sector here, the next activity is over in this general area here, and that's at 10:14 p.m.
How much time passes between 9:57 and 10:14 p.m.?
Approximately 17 minutes.
And do you see between those two locations, is there a major highway between them?
There is.
What is that highway?
Yeah, you can see I-20 right here in between the tower used on this side and then the tower eventually used on this side 17 minutes later.
And is that tower on the left, do you see the intersection of Highway 70 and I-20?
I do.
Can you orient that for the jury?
Yeah, so here again is I-20 this way, and that Highway 70 is this yellow road that kind of goes right through the middle of that sector.
And is that blue icon above just an icon for a local airport?
It is.